It's a double header of the professional clubs. It's the last game of the league, basically. Dragons against Scarlets and Cardiff against Ospreys.
Right, there's quite a few people in the hotel wearing varying tops that I didn't recognise.
Yeah.
I see I've just seen a tweet today, our rugby commentator Ian Smith's retiring today.
Alright.
Do you know Smithy?
Met him once or twice, I haven't really seen him.
Mark, his son, is the press officer at Newcastle Falcon.
Yeah.
And Smithy played for Newcastle back in the days when it was amateur, you know. In the early days of the Falcons.
Yeah, I think I've seen him once or twice up there.
Nice bloke.
Have they got replacements lined up?
I've got no idea. I don't know anything about rugby, I've never played it, you know. How old's Ed now?
80-ish.
Is he? I thought he told me last year he was the same age as my dad, but then the lads were saying last night he's in his 80s.
Yeah, he's 81, 82.
Did the BBC Wales try to get rid of him at one point?
Well, I replaced him as the
right,
as the main voice.
but then you persuaded them to allow it, to bring him back in.
Well, he was still around and still doing a job. So.
All that wealth of experience.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, he's probably won't be involved in the T20, shouldn't he? It's just fucking staffing problems we can't get. So difficult to.
Well, when I had my accident last year and knocked myself out and I fractured my eye socket and I was off work with concussion and everything, we were playing at Sussex that week. So Adrian Harms organised for the former Sussex press officer to be me that week and really helped us out. If that had been a home game, we would have been shafted.
And good morning, Bordeaux, as well to the Glamorgan side, lends the field by captain David Lloyd.
Back up in case anything happened to me. So I found this young lad, Rob Rush, who was quite good. Managed to
good morning, Bordeaux, as well to the two knocked-out batters from Durham,
at the end of it, we got this
Liam Travaskis and Bryden Cast.
19-year-old, part of the podcast team from the New Orleans, knows his stuff. So
was that your lot decided?
No, it was Doug. So I will.
And to resume the bowling this morning for Glamorgan,
you just
the river round,
find somebody.
10 rounds ago.
And then it's kibosh, you know.
A very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens on day 3 of Glamorgan against Durham, where this match is still stuck in the first innings. Durham 382 for 6, no play yesterday due to persistent light rain, and Tim van der Hoogten to bowl the first ball of the morning to Bryden Cars, who's on 53 not outs, Travaskis on 41 not out, and here comes van der Hoogten from the River Taff end and bowls, and Cars is defending that back down the pitch to the bowler. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle. Good morning, Martin.
Morning. It was a long, frustrating day yesterday, wasn't it? Because initially it looked like they weren't on because of bad light, but there was just spots of rain, and then as the afternoon went on it got heavier, and around about the time they were going to make their final inspection it was quite heavy, so they knocked it on the head just after 3 o'clock.
As van der Hoogten runs in and bowls, and Cars is pushing that into the offside, and there is no run. Ironically, just after 6 o'clock the sun came out and Cardiff was bathed in sunlight.
The irony wasn't lost on me that on my way to the ground and on the way back to the hotel it was bone dry. In between times.
Yes, would have been too slippery really, the outfield to get going too quickly in that evening session. The weather, well, I think we should get at least half a day, maybe a little more if we're lucky, maybe 2/3. Van der Hoogten bowls and beats Cars outside the off stump through to Chris Cook. So the weather is expected to close in somewhere mid-afternoon, tea time, late afternoon, depending on how fortunate we are. But we will see, no doubt, Durham going for batting bonus points, and that increases the chances of Glamorgan picking up a 3rd bowling bonus point. As in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls to Cars again, who gets a thick edge down towards 3rd man. It should be cut off. They'll pick up 2 runs as Harry Podmore collects on the boundary in front of us and gets the throw in to the keeper. Durham move on to 384 for 6. We're in the 97th over. We had a full day on day 1, so there are 13 overs remaining after this for Durham to collect another 18 runs for the 4th batting point, which should be simple. 16 runs for the 4th point and 66 for the 5th. Van der Hoogten bowls and is pushed down on the leg side, and they'll hassle through for a quick single there. Good running. Cast moves to 56, 385 for 6. And Travaskis will just get to face the last ball of the 1st over. The crowd is extremely modest in numbers, that is. At this early stage there are a lot of counter attractions today, with rugby going on just down the road. The Judgment Day event involving the 4 Welsh professional clubs, as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Travaskis, who defends to Gully, and there's no run. 385 for 6, 3 runs in the 1st over. A solid enough effort from Tim van der Hoogten. So welcome along wherever you're listening. If you want to contact us via Twitter, NickWebb2017 or at Marty Cricket. Duncan Evans says definitely a chance to play for bonus points and the batsman to get some quality time in the middle. Michael Nisa will be bowling from the Cathedral Road end. Had one spell, I think, from this end in day 1. Operated mostly from the River Taff end. As in comes Nisa and bowls, and Cars plays it comfortably enough off the back foot up to Douthwaite at mid-off, and there is no run. As well as the rugby, which you can watch this afternoon's game on BBC Wales television. Dragons Scarlets. You can follow the Cardiff Ospreys game on the BBC Sport website, iPlayer and S4C at 5:15, I think it is. And of course on BBC Radio Wales and online you'll be able to follow Wrexham's efforts to win a place back in the Football League. 6:30 kick-off for them. Nisa bowls and Cars plays gently out on the offside, and there is no run. Victory for Wrexham against Boreham Wood would take them back into the Football League. Should they slip up, there'll be another chance. And early in the season I was involved in the first 3 games of the Welsh women's rugby in the Six Nations. Nisa is in, bowls, and Cars drives nicely back past the bowler, but Douthwaite manages to cut it off, running round from mid-off. I think Nisa got a fingertip to it there as he looks down at his fingers. And the women's rugby is on BBC Radio Wales and BBC Wales Television, and via the website, of course, and that is away to France at 3:15 kick-off tomorrow. Coverage from 3. Nisa is in to bowl, and there's a half an appeal, as I think that one was inside edge onto pad, squirted out on the offside, and there is no run. Durham have got a couple of overs to try and have a look at it, assess conditions before they put their foot on the gas and try to head for the 450 mark in the 110 overs. Glamorgan's over rate is -2, which is somewhat concerning, as Nisa bowls and Cars plays it out on the offside, but straight to Billy Root at point, and there is no run. The batting to come: Ben Rain, Paul Coughlin and Matt Kuhneman. And the Glamorgan lineup for this game: Lloyd, Byram, Labuschagne, Northeast, Carlson, Root, Cook, Douthwaite, Nisa, Van der Hoogten and Podmore. Nisa is in to bowl. That's a nice drive through the offside, and he's found the gap there, has Bryden Cast. There is no sweeper on the cover boundary, so one scoring shot in the over has got Durham the 4 runs roughly they need per over. And Cars is timing the ball nicely. He's on to 60, and the total is on to 389 for 6. 7 runs off the first 2 overs of the day's play. So Bryden Cars might have hopes of a career best, as Van der Hoogten starts new over, bowling to Travaskis, who plays it gently to mid-off, and there is no run. The 27-year-old quick bowler took 4 wickets and picked up 50 runs in the 2 innings of the match against Sussex, the opening game of the season. Sat out the Worcestershire game. Van der Hoogten to Travaskis, who'll get just the single here because he flicks it comfortably away on the leg side to square leg. Eddie Byram is, though, back on towards the ropes anyway and keeps them down to a single. Bit of sunshine into Chris Cook's eyes there as the keeper took the return throw, just shielding his eyes. So it might be one they'll have to keep down when throwing from this side of the ground, from the grandstand side. We are peering away to our left as Van der Hoogten bowls to Cars, who gets a edge past slip and will get 4 runs for that. It was safe enough. It bounced well short of the slips, but it was a false shot. It would have been fielded by third slip had there been one, but Durham's attacking intent has been such that Glamorgan dispensed with a third slip, I think, after the first session of play mostly. And Durham move on to 394 for 6 and Cast to 64 not out. In comes Van der Hoogten to bowl, and Cast is forward defensively, playing out on the offside, and there is no run. These two have been the pick of Glamorgan's seam attack. Douthwaite bowled a decent spell. Podmore, disappointing figures so far. And looks as though we are underway in nearly all the cricket around the country. There's an inspection just happening at Worcester, as that one is driven straight to points by Cars, well fielded by Eddie Byram, and prevents any run being taken. 394 for 6 still. in this 99th over of the innings. The Tom Price match at New Road. Only the second player in first-class history, it seems, to Van der Hoogten bowls, and forward comes Cars. They'll look for a quick single there, and there's plenty of room on the leg side to get it as the ball dribbles up towards mid-on. So Bryden Cars is dominating proceedings this morning, dominating the strike and the scoring. Cars has moved on to 65, Durham on to 395 for 6. Appeared that Tom Price of Gloucestershire was only the second player to score the 100 runs and take a hat-trick in the same day of first-class cricket, though several other players had reached 100 and taken a hat-trick thereafter. Martin.
Yes, where are we? 395 for 6. This bowler comes in, it's a short one, and that's clouded up into the air and might be out here. Oh, it's bounced between two fielders at mid-wicket, and neither could get across to the ball. So Eddie Byram was one of them. Here's the other out there.
Is it Labuschagne running backwards from mid-wicket? Shorter one, or is it Root? Can't quite see from this angle. Anyway, he couldn't have placed that better if he'd picked it up and put it between the two fielders. It was over.
I think it's Labuschagne.
Over Labuschagne's shoulder and just short of Byram.
That was Cars on strike, wasn't it?
Yep.
He's coming into bowl to Travaskis. This is played out into the covers.
So they're underway everywhere else in the county championship, apart from New Road, and the women's match between Northern Diamonds and Western Storm at Headingley is delayed due to rain as well. That was meant to start at 10:30. First game of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the 50 overs affair, which will now be less than 50 when they get underway.
Comes in and bowls. This is defended around about middle stump.
And the 3 other women's matches are likewise underway. Another match in Division 2 that's proceeding. Sussex made 361, Yorkshire 219 for 7. 3 wickets for the spinner Jack Carson for Sussex.
Nisa around the wicket, comes in and bowls. Ball is played off through deep mid-wicket for 1 run by Travaskis. So that's 397 for Durham, 3 away from the next batting point, which brings me to Ian Todd's tweet. He says, declare at 400 and try to make a game of it, with the remaining weather not promising.
Yes, I think they'll have a bash for another 10 overs, won't they? It would seem.
He's a right arm over to Cars. Cars forward to that one, pushes it down to third man for 1. Davy Fenwick says, how many bits of that cake, which you tweeted a picture of, did you have? It looked beautiful. Did you find any custard? There was no custard, I had 1 slice. In fact, there was about 4 or 5 slices left when we...
Yeah, last time I saw it. But I refrained from going back for the second one, having had liberal amounts of sausage and mash earlier on. Didn't eat a lot last night.
In comes the bowler. Ball played back to him by the batsman Travaskis. End of the over, 398 for 6. Anth Graham's emailed. He said there are many things we could discuss. Durham's excellent start of the season thus far, the inexplicable ECB resting of Potts, The acrobatics of the splendid Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Kuhneman's superb and economical 5-foot on Sunday. But the truly burning issue of the day must surely be your attribution of an apparently abject misnomer to the iced confectionery everyone else in the kingdom refers to as the screwball. This was the ice cream I mentioned on day one, which we used to call Daleks where we lived.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Kars has a huge wahoo at that, and he's sent it somewhere over deep mid-off. It's running away for 4 runs. As Kars is certainly taking the attack towards Glamorgan as he gets Durham their 4th batting bonus point. 402 for 6. Kars is on 71. I believe, Martin, just short of a CB.
Let's have a look.
If I'm reading the books right.
Bryden Cars. Highest score is 77 against Northampton 2017.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Kars has another huge attempted shot of some variety. I'm not sure if that had a name. It was a flat batted waft, and he didn't really get the pitch of it or anywhere near.
What does Playfair say?
Yeah, Playfair's got 77. Northampton's
right.
2019, I've heard.
2019, is it?
Yeah.
8th wicket record for Durham of 154 with Ben Rain in that match.
Well, they're going well. That was the century stand as well as the 400 up as Kars blocks another ball to mid-on. Is Travascus allowed to play in this game? He's not done much this morning, hasn't he? Hardly faced a ball. 3 left of this over. Travascus 43 off 88. Kars 71 off 91. Van der Hoogten into bowl, short ball. Kars dispatches this one as well over the short corner of the ground at backward square, and that's gone all the way for 6 as Bryden Kars equals his first-class best. And Durham move on to 408 for 6, and it seems as though Kars is determined to get this 5th point single-handed at the moment. Durham
first over.
Fairly plain sailing from now on, you would have thought. 42 off 9.2.
I will come back to Screwball Gate a little bit later on.
Yeah, have the next over to go through it between deliveries. Justin Blades reported that he was watching county cricket in Perth, Australia. Nothing better than finishing work at 5 p.m. and watching the first ball bowled at 6 p.m. his time. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's run down to 3rd man by Bryden Kars, and that is a career best for the Durham man as he moves on to 78 not out off just 93 deliveries. Justin was watching Lancashire. Look at it. Long live red ball cricket. Thank you for your comments, Justin. So, well batted Kars. Travascus gets to face a ball. Van der Hoogten bowls short and pulled around and dispatched for 4 runs. Van der Hoogten looking frustrated, and well he might, because that over has gone for 15 runs and made quite a dent in his bowling figures. He's now 2 for 84. Durham 413 for 6, and well, they might well get to the 450 point well inside the 110 overs, and Glamorgan left with little opportunity now to get those 3 wickets that they need.
Did you say the live stream's available to look at later on? No?
I didn't mention.
You can look back through the day's play on the YouTube channels later on, yeah. If you want to.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Scratch forward and back. Borodar, says Ken Richardson.
Good morning.
Didn't know the live stream was available to view later. Thanks for the information. Soggy on the Roca Riviera. Hope it stays fine for the commentary team. While it's going to rain later this afternoon, we think there's a big splodge of weather coming up from France.
Is that a technical term?
Yeah. These are in here, right arm over from the Cathedral Road end, guided by Cast down to third man for 1.
You mean we still have to have weather from France after Brexit?
Yes. I wonder how long the weather will have to stay in Dover for. Back to Ant's War and Peace email about ice creams. He said, on Thursday night via WhatsApp I canvassed opinion on the matter from no less than 10 comrades across the land, from Witton Gilbert to Worcester to Gosport. The same answer came back unanimously and without fail, with my correspondent from the latter asking whether you'd been on the gin.
Are you denying Martin's lived experience? If he called it a Dalek, then a Dalek it was called in his part of the woods.
Freddie the ice cream man and his Daleks. Here comes the ball around the wicket this time to Travaskis. No one has ever heard of a Dalek among his brethren, he says.
Oh, perhaps it was just a local thing in your part of town.
From my memory, the screwball came pre-packaged and you took the lid off, whereas with the Dalek, Freddie put the little bubbly gum right in the bottom and then filled it with ice cream. With a bit of sauce on the top as well. This is defended. And it did look like a Dalek. It had all these little lumps and bumps on the actual plastic cover thing.
Perhaps Freddie was he a sort of one-off individual operator rather than part of a franchise, maybe?
Yeah. Maybe he found some warehouse in North Shields or somewhere which had supplies of plastic Dalek-like containers for ice cream. Lisa coming in here to bowl to Travaskis, who's on 47. He defends this one. It rolls up to mid-off.
Haven't seen them around town, the Doctor Who crew recently. There was great excitement when kids were young in the primary school, and Doctor Who was filming in a little park 100 yards up the road, so I don't think the teachers could stop the kids from nipping out and having a quick look.
These are on the turn coming in here. There's 2 short mid-wicket for Travaskis. That's gone down the leg side, just misses the leg stump. Must have wrapped his pad on the way. He goes on to say, my recollection of purchases from ice cream vans in the early 80s was that some of the plastic cones did indeed have a sort of bobbly effect, which could have led to them looking a teeny bit like an inverted Dalek, so perhaps you can be forgiven after all. On a sort of coincidental note, I've just read Pig Iron, an early work by local lad Benjamin Myers, which tells the tale of a young gent fresh from Dearbolt Young Offenders Institution who gets a job in an ice cream van doing rounds in County Durham. Highly recommended, he says. In comes the bowler again. Slightly slower delivery this time, played away safely into the covers by Travaskis. Dot ball. 414-4-6 here on the BBC.
Well, this is a game of 2 halves, isn't it, really? Travaskis playing standard cricket and Carr's having a belt at everything.
The email ends, perhaps Mr. Myers, who's written this book,
Returning to bowl at the river end, Kevin Carlson.
having undoubtedly done significant research into all things vended from mobile gelaterias over the last 40 years or so, could settle the matter for us once and for all.
Oh dear. Just go for comfort and joy. He's got Claire Grogan and selling ice creams in the 80s. What more could a man want? 414 for 6. Kieran Carlson to bowl his off spin, with Glamorgan looking to get on with the over 8, I guess, in case they don't bowl again. As forward comes Carlson, has a look at that, playing it out on the offside.
Paul says greetings from an overcast and damp Costa del Hartlepool.
Well, there's reasonably bright sunshine at the moment, just coming through the haze. Carlson bowls slightly faster, and Cars blocks it back to the bowler. There is.
I mean, see the hilltop as well, which was out of sight all of yesterday, wasn't it?
Caerphilly away to our left. There's a man on the ropes at square leg and a mid-wicket rather than long on, but that will go through the offside for 4 and through a deep mid-off.
He wasn't in any hurry to go anywhere near that by the looks of things. It was going like a shell.
Well, Sam Northeast is a man with a broken finger.
Yeah.
He did put in a dive, but I don't think he would have
the ball had gone, didn't he?
stood any chance of stopping it.
It's right out the middle of the bat, that. When it went flying like a rocket, it's now landed behind the hover cover, so they're looking for it. He says, not looking great for a positive outcome in this game due to the good old 12th man, the British weather. Should be with you, weather permitting, for the duration, except for nipping out of the chippy around 12.
Oh, can't you keep the chippy till 10 past 1? Then you wouldn't miss any cricket.
I think going to the chippy at 12 is too early in the day.
It is going early. Well, a few were up early, I suppose, had breakfast early. As the ball is, I think, being retrieved. The fielder in the far distance has to find a bit where he can hop over the advertising hoardings without doing a hamstring. And at 418 for 6, it's Carlson to Cars, who swings again and scrunges that one through backward square leg for a single.
Scrunges?
Yes.
I've never heard that word before. Tell me about it.
I think it was brought to the commentary table by Mark Wallace when he used to be a regular summariser. No, director of cricket. Scrunge to, it's a synonym for cloth, really, often an unexpected and unintended part of the bat. Single taken. Travaskis on strike. Carlson round the wicket. And that is driven up to long off for a single by Travaskis, 420 for 6.
I'm just trying to think, when going looking for apples, was that called scrunching? When you go
Scrumping.
Scrumping, was it?
Yeah.
Scrumping for apples.
I think. And scrumpy, I suppose. As in Zoider.
Yeah.
Here's Carlson to bowl to Cars, who hits it back to him, and Carlson gets a hand to it, takes most of the pace off it, and that runs up towards long on for a single. So Cars has kept the strike, which is what Durham would want. He's moved on to 85 and Travaskis 48. So as well as, well, if they get to 450, then Cars, if he's still there, will undoubtedly have got more than 15 of them the way he's playing. He's 85. Travaskis 48. We've had 103 overs bowled, so 7 more to get bonus points. Durham 421 for 6.
They're certainly going for the 5th, aren't they? Which, if they get there, would be the first time they've done that this season. I got an email off Dr. Dan yesterday morning, but we never had a chance to read anything out on air yesterday because we never went on air. But he was pointing out that Durham, again on day 1 this week, had been the highest scoring team in the country. Here's Nisa bowling to Cars, who's on 85. Comes in with a short one. Now then, where will that be on height? They're allowing it. That looked rather high and wide. David McCall says it's good to see play at Cardiff after yesterday, but it's grim up north. The North East Premier League already has cancellations, with more to come, I suspect, as the rain and the low cloud isn't shifting where I'm based. Yeah, there were a number of North East Premier League games called off first thing this morning, so they voted a couple of weeks ago, or 2 or 3 weeks ago, to move the season back and delay it until this week because the outfields were so wet. Nisa in, and stays low. It's played back to him by Cars.
Yeah, a lot of friendlies around this part of the world were called off early in the week because there just hadn't been the time for the poor so-and-sos who have to prepare club grounds. In other words, the usual half-dozen willing volunteers or unwilling volunteers.
Bernard says, with the concern for Friday's play expressed on day 1, the weather forecast I heard was rain moving west across southern England. Well, it did. That's what it did. As the bowler comes in again here.
It moved into southern Wales about 11:15, didn't it?
Alas, the rain over Cardiff must have been delivered from elsewhere. Annoying to lose a day, but it will happen again. No, it was the forecast suggested it was going to rain. It did. I know earlier than the rain here it was wet up in Birmingham and Tamworth because I have relatives there, but it gradually moved across us. Nisa comes in and bowls. Guided down to third man. Gully area over in there. Davies been on. He says your co-commentator mentioned every sporting fixture going on today in Wales, but failed to mention Cardiff City at home to Stoke.
Yep, I didn't get round to that one.
Right.
Meanwhile,
he says there'll be no play at the Village today. The first were meant to be at home to Tynemouth, but it's been lashing down. There's a big band of rain going from the North Sea as Nisa comes in and bowls. Cars goes for a quick single here, pushing the ball up to mid-on.
Yeah, Cardiff City 3 above, 2 points rather above, 3 places above relegation spot with, they've got 4 to play, everyone else has got 3, so they've got game in hand.
Where are Swansea? Where are they?
Swansea City are pretty much as mid-table as you could be, 13th.
Sunderland are
9th, just 2 outside the playoffs, 2 points outside the playoffs.
You see around the wicket to Travaskis, the left-hander. It's defended.
Yeah, so
Sunderland win at West Brom tomorrow, which is a midday kick-off, and then they'll go above West Brom. West Brom really started their good run after a win at Sunderland. Sunderland's home form this season's been poor at times. Swansea and Cardiff have won there.
You had the chance to get so many of the games, or have you been working elsewhere?
I've seen quite a few, but missed 1 or 2 through holidays and being away at Christmas. And I was there the other night for the Huddersfield game, which we got so's time I'll probably have no memories of whatsoever.
4:22 for 6, 104 overs. And it is Carlson to Carr. Something's going to happen here. He's hammered it back, and that has been well stopped by Carlson, who managed to deflect it onto the stumps, but Travaskis was back in his ground.
Yeah, that was travelling.
Carlson's going to have to be a brave boy here. These balls flying back at him. This one is just worked away on the leg side, gently up to long on for a jogged single. So Cardiff City against Stoke, Norwich against Swansea, and the championship commentary on those on Radio Wales FM from 3 o'clock.
Who've Newcastle got today? They playing today?
Where are we? Premier League. Doesn't look like it. Carlson bowls on leg stump. Travaskis noodles it towards mid-wicket, decides against the single as David Lloyd makes quick ground there. Newcastle 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, their kick-off against the Tottenham Hotspurs. Carlson bowls back on his stumps, goes Travaskis and defends. Well, Travaskis is obviously of the opinion that Bryden Karsk is well capable of doing all the work for the 5th batting point on his tard. Carlson to left-handed Travaskis, no slip, 4 saving the single, goes for a pulled sweep shot, but picks out the player. Podmore at backward square, and it is just a single. I think that was a full toss from Carlson. He's 0 for 35 now. That's the last ball of his 7th over. And Carlson is in and bowls, and down the pitch comes Cars, and watch Carlson tried to drop it short, but Cars has just pushed it gently up to mid-on for the single. Glamorgan hustle around to try and get that over 8 going, I think. Well, they are -2. Even if it changes to -1, they may not have an opportunity to bowl again in the game if the rain comes in, or if they might have to pulling in their batting efforts just so they've got to bowl a couple of overs of frantic spin at the end of the game, if they can work out when that's going to be.
He's set to bowl 2 Cars from the Cathedral Road end, our end, right arm over. Cast plays it towards point and goes for a quick single. Ian Myers says, "Good morning, Marty. Good to hear from you again. That cake looked tremendous yesterday. Do you know what's on the menu today?"
No, actually we don't. We had chilli and rice for lunch. Matt McWilliam, any chance of a Durham declaration at 4:50? Would expect it, yes,
Yeah,
to
I would
give
think
Glamorgan the chance of some batting bonus points.
Ian says, "Cracking day for sport in prospect today. Plenty of football on the telly to accompany your commentary. The Scottish national later. But unfortunately the local cricket is likely to be completely washed out because it's minging up here." In comes the bowler. That's pushed off towards point. He says there's also a pitch inspection planned for later at Nottingham, where Great Britain take on Latvia in the ice hockey. But the groundsman's worried they might lose the match to a frozen pitch.
Boom.
Tell Davy Fennick that I'm asking after him. That's Ian Myers. Paul Wilson's been on with an email entitled Dalek Gate. He says, "I remember getting Dalek ice creams off the ice cream van when I was younger. The Clippy this is played bowled by Nisa and played up to mid-on by Travaskis for 1 run. And that takes him to 50.
101 deliveries. How many more 50s are we going to get in this innings?
Yeah, well,
5 4s and a 6.
I mentioned a match last year, didn't I, where I think 5 Durham players got to 50s but nobody got to 100. So that's now 6, isn't it, in this innings? That's probably a first. Nisa to Cars. Cars cracks that off the back foot out through the covers. There's a man sweeping out there in front of the pavilion. Cars will get 2. Moving on to 91.
5, isn't it? Jones, Borthwick and Robinson of the men out.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 with Cars. Yeah, 5. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I had Cars as was one of me 4, but
yeah,
obviously he's still in.
May well get to 100 at this rate.
Apparently the chippy closes at 1. That's why he goes at 12. That's an early louse, isn't it? 1 o'clock. In comes the bowler. Big appeal for LBW, but that was. Has he got him? He's given him. Off Cars goes for 91. That ends the partnership at 128.
Yeah, there's
ball hitting him low on the pads there.
yeah, pushed forward but not quite far enough to save himself, but an excellent job by Bryden Carr's career best.
Bryden Carr's was LBW to Michael Nisa for 91.
And put his side in a very strong position to collect maximum points in Cardiff. So you found someone to support you in the issue of the Dalek-styled ice cream.
Mm-hmm. So, Anth, I'm afraid I have witnesses. So there you go.
You cannot deny a man's lived experience. If he was sold an ice cream purporting to be Dalek style, then that's what happened. That was pretty plumb, by the way.
So many overs are left? 4 overs after this for the...
4 overs to get 21, or Glamorgan to get 2 wickets.
Could put in question now, couldn't it, this?
I presume Travaskis will look to open his shoulders.
The incoming batter for Durham is Ben Rain.
Our rugby commentator Ian Smith is retiring after today, so he'll be commentating on Newcastle Falcons' final game at Kingston Park. Well, this is his final game at Kingston Park, so he might still have an away game yet. And I'm sure he'll go and put his feet up in France.
Yeah?
Has a house near Mont Saint-Michel.
All right.
He's a very good photographer, Smithy, as well, so he often tweets pictures of French road races and cycling races and things like that.
Fair way to his nearest top-class rugby there.
Is it?
Yeah, Mont Saint-Michel is in North Brittany, isn't it? So, not much.
La Rochelle?
Ooh, that'd be a bit of a drive south.
I've done it.
Yeah.
It's about 3 hours, is it?
Oh well.
from San Marlo area down at the Vendée. Ben Rain is the new batsman. As Nisa comes in and bowls, Rain pushes this one up to wide-ish mid-off for 1 run. Beautiful area, monster.
Liam Travaskis's 50 came off 101 balls. It contained 5 fours and 1 6.
And for Liam Travaskis, who's playing in his 26th first-class match. That is the 7th time he's got to a half-century. His highest score's 88 against Sussex last year. Got 80 at Lords last year as well. And 77 not out against Northants in 2021.
Don't think he's going to have time to beat that today. 4 overs remain in all probability of the Durham innings.
Oh, breaking news. Ken's just retweeted this from the North Yorkshire South Durham League. The whole programme has fallen victim to the weather today.
Oh, bad luck. Carlson bowls. Hit out towards long on by rain, but all along the ground, and they'll take a single as North East does the fielding in the far distance.
It's Eid, isn't it, as well? Eid Mubarak.
It is.
Which I think began yesterday.
Greetings to everyone marking that festival. Carlson bowls, and that's driven up towards long off by Travaskis for the single.
So the North Yorkshire South Durham League, the whole programme's fallen victim to the weather. Please note the games granted postponement for Eid celebrations will now also be counted as no results and will not be replayed.
Carlson bowls, and that's driven down the ground by rain. Single up to long on again. Are they all right going in singles? Yes, just about. Run a ball. 17 runs required off 21 deliveries. Should be all right unless they get bowled out. Carlson into bowl, and that's slapped through cover by Travaskis, and he'll pick up 4 runs there. Cross bat shot, didn't quite get on top of it, but was well wide of route at cover. And it's all relatively plain sailing for Durham still, despite the dismissal of Cars for 91. 437 for 7. Travaskis moves to 55 not out, with his 6-4 to add to his 6. No slip, only 4 saving the single for Carlson. To bowl to Travaskis, who slaps another one through the covers. This time hasn't quite hit it as hard, and they'll have to settle for the single. 438 for 7 Durham. I've been rather cynical about the 450 mark, but Durham giving us good entertainment because of that today. As Carlson bowls, and that's hit straight to cover by rain, and there is no run. 438 for 7. The equation for Durham is 12 runs off 3 overs for maximum batting points. Glamorgan still need 2 further wickets. And we expect the declaration if and when Durham get to 350. Or at least at the end, 450, or at least the end of the over anyway. But Michael Nisa will be straining every sinew to prevent them getting these remaining 12.
Stuart's emailed, he says, at least you're watching cricket, hooray. Glad you're on air. Here it is yucky drizzle. The fells are pretty well lost in foggy cloud and the temperature's 6 degrees. Eesh. That's in Sedbergh. In comes Nisa around the wicket to Travaskis has absolutely cracked that through mid-wicket for 4. He's hammered that through there. He's come to rest on the fence where the ground staff access the pitch.
That was a very emphatic shot, wasn't it? Just back of a length by Nisa and absolutely hammered away. Nisa won't like that. It'll be a affront to his pride.
There's 8 more runs for this last batting point, and that could be 4 more of them there. There's a man out sweeping. They're going to get 2, in fact. Oh, he slips. Now then, Who's that down there?
Byram.
Byron slipped as he was trying to stop the ball and his feet went over the rope. I think if that was on a test match, they'd certainly be looking at that one again. That could well have been a 4, but instead it's gone on the board as a 2. Stewart says, if another southern-based weather presenter talks glibly about mildness and forgets the north totally, I shall scream. Serin, played back to him by Travaskis, who's on 62. It's Stewart who uses that Norwegian weather forecasting system, by the way.
Yeah, well, we have similar feelings when people talk about the north, meaning the north of England rather than the north of Wales.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
weather presenters have to be careful with their terminology.
When they're going about Manchester being the north of England, it's 145 miles away from us. Still the Midlands.
Not real north.
No, not the proper north. Lisa to Travaskis. Ball played back beyond the bowler's right foot. Up the field to mid-off for 1. Bernard says, with the ECB resting players, are you keeping an additional record of players unavailable due to resting rather than being injured? Do rested players have a minimum fitness regime to complete each day? They do. I know they've got to still do a bit of work, haven't they, and complete so many overs or whatever. Peter Miller, I'm pleased the conversation has moved on to the weather. Too far north to trust the weather up there, so no surprise at losing matches. Could do with a bit of rain because the garden's parched. Like a desert. It's been that dry. Nisa in. This is pushed away by rain up to mid-off. We'll bring Edward in a minute because I'll nip next door and set up lots of new exciting kit to try and get on air.
All right.
For the 12 o'clock, having failed miserably for the 11.
Oh gosh.
Couldn't get a line to work at all.
There's one in the box to our right as well, if you want to try that.
All right. Okay. Ball played out through deep mid-wicket and stopped on the boundary there by rain. Durham are about to declare any minute now. They're 4 runs away and there's 2 overs left to try and get this final batting point. And Glamorgan, if they're to snaffle the final bowling point, need to do it by taking 2 wickets in the 2 wickets in the next 2 overs as well.
Oh yeah, well they won't have the chance to do so. There's more consultations. Oh come on, get on with it.
Oh no.
Oh, is this a ball? It's a ball challenge, but
Returning to bowl at the river end, Marnus Lavishay.
Before I go, just quickly, Davy Fenwick's added to the row, just to confuse the issue. There was a Dalek ice lolly.
All right.
Rather than an ice cream.
You'd have thought you needed something firmer to make it into a Dalek style thing. 4:46 for 7. Marnus Labuschagne to bowl his off breaks, we presume, as that sees Rain back on his stumps and defending out to Lloyd at cover, and there is no run. 4:46 for 7. Labuschagne to Rain on 4 not out, and Rain comes down the pitch and gets in a bit of a mess when he gets there. He'll hustle through for a quick single, probably a leg by. 4:47 for 7. Rain advancing down the track, looking for the big blow. Labuschagne dropped it a little bit shorter. If he'd missed, he would have been stumped by yards, but he didn't. Travaskis on strike on 63. Labuschagne bowls, drags it down and clipped away on the leg side by Travaskis for the single. They can get there in singles. 4:48 for 7. Travaskis is 64 not out. Rain is on 4. Labuschagne, the 4 men saving the single, everyone else out. Bowls a full toss that's hit straight to cover. And Glamorgan get an 8th wicket. Rain goes for 4. 4:48 for 8.
Yeah.
Morning, Edward.
Well, he's trying to hit it over the top. That's all. You want you to push it around and you'll get a single and you get your bonus points. They only need 2. And now it's 448 for 8. Glamorgan have an outside chance of a bowling point. And as we look forward to the rest, well, I don't know how much rest of the day. The rain's supposed to come in around 2:30. Glamorgan should have some useful batting practice. And if they don't get runs on this, Nick, and I'm absolutely sure they will, or they should, then questions will be asked in the House. Would you agree? Because I don't think I've seen such a placid pitch here. Well, probably towards the end of the last game, and without Matty Potts, Glamorgan will settle for batting practice, and they do have a strongish batting lineup.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Durham's more specialist spinners than Glamorgan's can get anything from it. Kuhneman and Travaskis, as Coughlin comes in at a very credible number 10, really. Didn't expect him to find him at 10, the 30-year-old, born in Sunderland. Debut 11 seasons ago for Durham. And last season, he averaged 39 with the bat. Well, it was only 6 innings and a couple of them were not out, so not entirely representative, but gives you an idea. Durham bat a long way down as Labuschagne directs his field. Come on, remember you've got -2 on the over 8 on the board. Not too much mucking around, please. Glamorgan may well lose a point or two if they don't get to bowl again in this game. I suspect they'll have to declare if they get the option and to do that bowling.
Well, you've got to get a fair amount to declare.
Indeed. Labuschagne bowls and Coughlin plays it to cover, fielded by Nisa. There's no run. There are now 7 men saving the single.
Has to go over the top, isn't he?
Labuschagne bowls and Coughlin drives to cover, and there is no run. And that is the end of the Labuschagne over. He has 3 for 74, so in all probability that is what he'll finish with. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 74 with his off spin. I suppose it'd be useful for Glamorgan if he could vary things up and bowl off spin and leg spin in the same spell, but I'm not quite sure how much readjustment that takes, really.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what the lineup for the next game will be against Leicestershire, which starts next Thursday, because the bowlers have suffered in this game.
Yeah, Jamie McIlroy's been part of the squad, the left armour for the last couple of games, so he might well come in.
Anyway, it's Michael Nisa to try and get the wicket, and it'll be up to these 2 batsmen to try and get the 2 runs needed. And it'll be Travaskis to face on 64. In comes the first ball, and that's just pushed up to mid-off. And there is no run. 5 balls to get 2 runs and a wicket. Symmetrical. It would be nice if Glamorgan get the wicket and
yeah, little deal. Yeah,
Durham get the 2 runs.
Little deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 blow could do it for Durham, and I suspect they'll trot straight off.
Nisa's round the wicket to the left-handed Travaskis, bowling from this end, going away from us. Bowls to him. He plays it up towards mid-on. There is no run. And he is going to look around, as he is doing now. Travaskis looking around. Yes, there's a big gap between orthodox mid-on and deep mid-wicket. But I think the line of attack is going to be either straight or on or offside, outside the off stump, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4 men, 5 men on the offside. Cook is waving to somebody. I think he's taking it on his own back.
Long back.
Mid-on back to the long-on boundary.
Oh, and mid-off is retreating.
So they're giving a single and subjecting possibly Coughlin to the bowl. Anyway, here is Nisa. He's in and bowls, and that is hit out to deep extra cover. That'll be 4 runs and that will be the bonus point. Oh no, it stopped just inside, but they get the 3 points of the declaration now. You would think is imminent. 4:51 for 8.
Do they pull in now or wait till the end of the over?
That doesn't really matter, does it? If they don't, what do we know about cricket? Anyway, that is the bonus point, so they've got their maximum bonus points, and they have now got the maximum. They look to try and get bowling points. Much time in the game is left if we get rain today and tomorrow as is forecast, but it's 5-2 at the moment. Glamorgan just the 2.
Well, Durham really are risking giving Glamorgan a point by batting on, aren't they?
Coughlin waits then, and here's Nisa coming, racing in over the wicket, bowls to him and plays defensively back down the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't really class Coughlin as a number 10 batsman naturally, would you?
You've got any binoculars, Nick?
Yeah, they're not very good though, so...
if there's a gentleman in the Durham line-up on the pavilion with his pads on, was it, Maya? Surely not. Well, 2 balls to go of this over. Coughlin waits. Here comes Nisa, bowls to him, dabs it away. They go through a quick single and get there quite easily. As God, he was rather deep there. Now then, this is the last ball of the over. The 5 points are in the bag. Glamorgan, if they keep on batting, will have no chance of their bowling points, so I don't quite understand. There's no movement.
Can't see anyone padded
On that balcony. There's the last ball of the over. Then he comes. Travaskis is forward. Plays it. There is no declaration.
Well, I'm flabbergasted.
Oh my word! We're going to just. You're going to give number 10 some batting practice. I just cannot work this out at all. Surely they don't.
Well, Borthwick has got enough runs on the board, you would have thought. Can't see anyone with pads on. Number 11 is Matt Kuhneman.
And with every forecast I've seen saying rain will be coming in this afternoon, they'd need all the time they can to try and get wickets and bonus points.
Yeah, try and put some pressure on Glamorgan with 300 plus of follow-on target and a bit of scoreboard pressure. They've already got runs on the board. Labuschagne will continue. He'll bowl to Coughlin on 1 not out, and he's beaten by that
That's
one.
A leggy, wasn't it?
I think so.
Fizzed past the off stump.
Perhaps we could get a replay of that, as that one is indeed a leg break that's turned quite away. As Labuschagne bowls, hammered up towards mid-on by Coughlin. They'll take a quick single, throw comes in, misses the stumps at the non-striker's end. I think Coughlin was just about home. Van der Hoogten it was coming in from mid-on.
And it's not as if they're attacking, is it?
Perhaps you could keep your eye on the screen, Edward, and see if what he is bowling or whether he is mixing them up.
Licorice.
Yes, it's difficult to tell with the naked eye, and the screen is just a fraction behind for us. As Labuschagne bowls, that's walloped up straight over the bowler's head, and it's gone for 4 runs to
Off-break that was.
71 to Travaskis, 4:57 for 8. Well, if you can bowl them with any sort of accuracy and vary between off-break and leg break and disguise it, but Travaskis opening his shoulders now as that one is hit up towards long off
break,
but not particularly timed. Would have been caught, I think, had there been a conventional mid-on, but Durham have long since driven the fielders back. 4:58 for 8. We're in the 111th over, and your commentary team is not quite sure why Durham are batting on. Perhaps they don't believe the weather forecast. Labuschagne bowls, and Coughlin gets in a tremendous mess. The ball hits him on the pad and dribbles back down the pitch. Fielded by
Everything's
Labuschagne.
going through my mind and thinking why. I can't think why.
It's very strange. Labuschagne bowls. Oh, big swing. That's hit something and bounced up over slip. Running down towards third man. Coughlin will... Well, they'll get 2 runs onto the total, and they're given as byes as the throw goes over the head of Chris Cook, and Marnus Labuschagne wasn't watching for a moment there. Traps the ball with his foot eventually. It goes down as byes. That must have turned a bit then.
Yeah.
So Labuschagne getting a bit of turn, but maybe not with the consistency yet.
Well, if Martin can help us when he gets back, because
Switching to the Cathedral Road end, Kieran Carlson.
Well, Glamorgan are just going now for improving their over rate, aren't they? Because they're getting
perhaps Durham now thinking, oh, pity Glamorgan, there's 2 overs down, let's see if they can get the point.
I don't think there's any pity in professional
No,
cricket.
neither do I.
But
Oh dear.
yeah, bonus points 5-2 to Durham, so well played to the visitors on BBC Sport Online. Nick Webb 2017, Marty Cricket, if you want to tweet us.
Anyway, here's Carlson, bowls down the pitch, comes the batsman and hams it back for 4. Well, are they waiting to give him his 100 perhaps?
Yeah, that's a possibility, but he's only on
76.
76 now, yeah.
464 for 8. Carlson with 2 men back on the boundary. He's coming in the bowls to Travaskis, who's hit that out to deep mid wicket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men on the boundary.
Yeah, Edward Cooper points out there are almost as many bowlers conceding 50s as Durham batsmen getting to 50 and thereabouts.
What's that all about now then? They're touching gloves. Yeah. There's no movement on the balcony. Nobody's getting changed.
Yeah, it looks as though there's a few players still in the training gear.
Here's Carlson in, bowls to Coughlin, who taps it away, gets a single up towards mid wicket. It's all very academic at the moment, and we've been watching cricket for a few years, you and I, Nick, and cannot fathom what's going on here. Here's the next ball, driven up to low off for a single.
Travaskis' highest first class score is 88.
May want him to get that. In comes Carlson round the wicket, bowls, and this is pushed forward by Coughlin.
Kars's career best was 91, so he got there, even if he didn't get to his 100. Beating his previous 77 for Brighton Cars at Chester Street 4 years ago against Northants.
Carlson in bowls, off the back foot, driven for a single. End of the over. On we go.
Yeah, well, if they said we're going to bat for an hour, we're already past the hour mark.
1 or 2 have gone into the dressing room as if they...
We've had 16 overs this morning, so I don't think Glamorgan's over rate will have improved significantly, even if you dock the time.
Martin was telling me the other day, this is a new coach, obviously he's got something to do with this, who doesn't believe in draws and would want to try and win every game.
Yeah, we saw some certainly optimistic talk along those lines. Ryan Campbell, who we had on air for a while on the first day, and thanks to him for coming up. Labuschagne will continue bowling spin, assaulted from the River Taff end. Very pleasant conditions now in the sunshine, so at least the a couple of hundred people who've turned up today will have had some time in pleasant open air conditions as Labuschagne bowls down leg side, and that one's bobbled up off gloves or pad over Chris Cook. It's run down towards fine leg. They'll pick up a single. Nisa retrieves. It's a leg by as Travaskis went to strike it into the grandstand. Be quite some hit if he did, because the grandstand is probably a good 30-35 metres behind the boundary rope away to our right. The pitch, if you're joining us for the first time in the game, is well towards the pavilion side. Labuschagne bowls. Coughlin tucks that one nicely through mid-wicket. Diving Root can't intercept. No, sorry, it's Carlson who couldn't intercept. Root is the boundary rider and does intercept. And they'll pick up the single. 471 for 8.
I think tell our listeners in Durham that this is a special rugby occasion today.
Labuschagne bowls, appeal for LBW,
surely.
and Travaskis has gone for 79, leg before to Labuschagne, who picks up his 4th wicket, and that will be the declaration. Matt Kuhneman will not come to the crease. Durham 471 for 9 declared. Paul Coughlin is not out 5.
With Durham declaring on
So we will be back with commentary on the Glamorgan reply to 471 for 9 declared, notched up by the visitors. Durham have 5 bonus points, Glamorgan just the 2 with the ball. And, well, the last 15 balls were something of a mystery to us. Travaskis gone for 79, Labuschagne 4 for 81, the most successful bowler. Edward and I will be back in around 10 minutes.
Cricket.
Very strange.
There's no, absolutely no point.
No, I mean, if you're going to declare anyway, when
Dead against the ethics of game.
go on, Sean, go read the bowling for you.
For those of you who'd like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Glamorgan bowling figures in just a moment. So, Durham declaring on 471 for 9, Paul Coughlin unbeaten on 5. In that total there were 31 extras comprising 4 byes, 16 leg byes, 1 wide and 10 no balls. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Michael Nisa, 26 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 81. Harry Podmore, 17 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 86. Tim van der Gooten, 24 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 84. Dan Douthwaite, 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 40. Marnus Labuschagne, 17.3 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 81. David Lloyd, 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 26. And Kieran Carlson, 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 53. Just bring you up to date with the state of play around the country in the LV County Championship. At Taunton, Lancashire have moved on to 395 for 2. Still trailing Somerset by 46 runs. At Northampton, Northamptonshire have just been dismissed by Hampshire for 149, so they're Northamptonshire trailing by 333 runs. At home, Yorkshire have just been dismissed by Sussex for 298 runs. So Sussex have a first innings lead of 63. Play has just got underway at New Road in Worcester after an hour's delay after the precipitation yesterday. Worcestershire currently 126 for 7, still trailing Gloucestershire by 105 runs. At Lords, Middlesex are 147 for 4, still trailing Notts by 217 runs. And after 2 interrupted days at Canterbury, Essex have moved on to 390 for 4 in 88 overs against Kent. batting for Glamorgan, David Lloyd and Eddie Byram.
Well, welcome back to Sophia Gardens. The weather is kind this morning. The weather forecast is not very kind, but Glamorgan are about to start their innings after Durham declared at 471 for 9. None of us could understand why they batted on to get the extra 21 runs, and because it was wasting their time of getting wickets, I would have thought, and perhaps we can have an explanation later on when we do some interviews. Anyhow, it's David Lloyd and Ed Byram to open the innings for Glamorgan, and alongside me, Martin Emerson.
I was surprised.
It'll be Ben Rain to open the bowling from the river end, and there'll be an attacking field of 3 slips, and why not? Because Glamorgan need 321 to avoid the follow-on. It'll be David Lloyd, who didn't get any runs in the first game. He was out for 6 and 9, and here he is facing Rain. First ball of the innings. In he comes and bowls, and Lloyd clips that away up to fine leg and is off the mark with a boundary.
Rain fell over there as he bowled that one.
So Glamorgan on their way on what appeared to be a very, very placid pitch. Whether the visitors' attack will get something more out of it than the Glamorgan bowlers, we'll just have to wait and see. There wasn't any movement, there wasn't any spin.
I'm just looking forward to Potts getting a few wickets on here. Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah, we did mention it earlier on that he would not be bowling, but it's Ben Rain coming in over the wicket, brisk pace, and bowls to Lloyd, and Lloyd is forward and pushes it back up to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, we made the point that when he was in here the other day, the Durham coach said he wanted to play positive cricket and didn't want draws, and yet he batted on, which they'd got the full batting points, and were giving Glamorgan the chance then of getting a bowling point, which they didn't, so that didn't matter a lot.
Yeah.
It was strange cricket. Anyway, here's Rain. And he was bowling out to Lloyd. 3 slips go down. In he comes and bowls, and Lloyd is forward, hits it in the middle of the back, plays it up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I just thought get to the 450 and get off, and then, you know, that stops Glamorgan getting a final bowling point as well, but they stayed on, which surprised me.
The only thing we thought we might be staying on to give Travaskis his 100. He was on 79. Could have been. In comes Rain, bowls, and that plays out into the covers. There's no run. 4 without loss, Glamorgan in their first over. Every ball's hit the middle of the bat so far. Lloyd, right-handed, nice easy stance, waits for Rain, formerly of Leicestershire for many years, but now has gone back to Durham. He bowls, and this is a nice looking shot, but straight to cover. Again, there is no run.
Labuschagne ending with 4 for 81, the new, what is he now doing? Off spin?
Licorice all sorts we call it.
Licorice all sorts.
Because he turned one leg spinner quite viciously this morning. Then it was the wicket he took, I think, was with the off break at the back leg of Travaskis. As Ben Rain prepares to bowl the last ball of the first over of this Glamorgan innings in nice sunshine. Bowls, and that's left outside the off stump, goes through to the wicket keeper. End of the over. And the over rate after 1 over is level. It shows us. Glamorgan were -2, which will trouble them because I can't see them. Well, they shouldn't be batting again in this game.
To open the bowling for Durham at the Cathedral Road end, Paul Coughlin.
So it will be Coughlin to open, as
Coming
you
on.
heard. Cast, perhaps, we thought? What
Yeah.
day?
I'm trying to remember which order they did it in Sussex. Coughlin didn't play in that one, did he? Potts played.
See, I'm talking about England's bowlers. Actually, Ollie Robinson's playing in this game. He didn't have much luck in the first innings against Yorkshire, so he'd probably miss. He'll be told no more bowling.
Well, he wasn't allowed to play against Durham, even though he thought he would be, because he'd said in a press interview that he was looking forward to the game, and then suddenly he was told he couldn't. Here comes Coughlin, and that's off the pads. There's a big appeal. Everybody's joined in, and it's been given. That took a few moments, didn't it?
Turned him right round.
That one, and that is the end of Byram. Is that his first ball?
It was, yeah.
First baller, he's gone. It's a slow walk back. We were in the pavilion yesterday to do an interview, or the day before, and it's a long way up those steps to the dressing room doors, and then if you're up in the top dressing room, there's another flight of stairs, I think. So
oh yeah, that looked... he jumped outside as soon as it hit the pad to try and tell the umpire he was outside, but that was pretty straight. He walked right across, and that is a wicket, and a useful wicket. And if they keep on taking wickets, they'll think, well, why didn't we declare? So Coughlin gets a wicket with his first ball, and it'll be probably Labuschagne now.
Trail by 4.
Eddie Byron was LBW to Paul Coughlin.
Oh, that looks plumb, that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just looking back on it now. It's hit him on the knee roll, right in front of middle and leg. Tom Lungley, the umpire who gave it out. Marnus Labuschagne, the new batsman, who's the world #1 at the moment, isn't he?
So never heard such a remark to give somebody the kiss of death as that.
Well, like what I say up here can't have any impact on what goes on down there. I just don't believe in all that twaddle.
Yeah. I was looking at something a couple of weeks ago. I was wasting my time on an old test match, and Mark Nicholas said, this chap has never been out in the 90s, ever. To the dear old Shane Warne, dear late and much lamented Shane Warne. Did you have to say that? The very next ball, he was out. But as you rightly say, that it doesn't really make any difference. 4 slips here for Labuschagne, who, it's strange to say the world #1 if he does have a slight weakness, is that he's out LBW quite often, and I noticed in the winter he was quite often LBW. Anyway, here he is, Martin.
Coughlin then coming in, right arm over from the Cathedral Road end. That's a leave. And the off stump.
Just before the last wicket fell, I was about to say, it's a rugby occasion here today. They call it Judgment Day. Why, I don't know, because it's been pretty useless performances by the 4 leading Ospreys and Scarlets and Dragons and Cardiff, and one play each other or whatever, and they get 2 matches on the same day.
Coughlin into Labuschagne, played 2 short mid-wicket, no run there.
And you get quite a crowd. There's quite a crowd coming up the M4 this morning in front of me, and they make a day out of it. And as I was going to park my car, I noticed car parking, just for cars, £20, which I thought was a little bit steep. So
where was that at?
It will be taking place in the Principality Stadium across the way.
Where's the 20 quid here? Oh.
Yeah.
In comes Coughlin with a loopy Yorker attempt, playing out towards mid-off, no run there.
No, it's there's, as you come in by the roundabout, if you turn right, there's a big parking. It goes right up into the main road, and you park on the grass, right and left, or wherever you can. And also coaches are there. I don't mean the coaches of the respective teams, but the coaches that carry people to these occasions.
Coughlin in again. And that's angled right in towards the foot of off stump and dealt with by the batsman. What's Durham's top score against Glamorgan then? 503 for 8. Or 529, 521 for 9 declared in the first championship meeting in Cardiff.
Dean Jones playing that game, I
I
wonder?
think so, yeah. As Cogler bowls, Labuschagne plays the ball back along the ground to him. Wayne Larkin's got 94, Dean Jones
Nearly.
120. No, hang on. Durham won by an innings and 104 runs, 143 from Wayne Larkins, 94 from Dean Jones and 124 from Paul Parker, while a certain Ian Botham took 6 wickets in the match and Simon Brown 8. And in 2021 in Chesley Street, Durham made 503 for 8 declared, with 5 players recording half centuries but nobody making 100, and that's what's happened in this match.
Exactly. Ben Rain to bowl his second over. He's bowling at David Lloyd. Glamorgan 4 for 1 as he comes in and bowls, and that's nudged away backward of square onto the offside. Certain things like that have happened. Michael Kasparovich twice took 9 fours against Durham.
That's right.
I think I'm right in saying 1 away, 1 at home. I'm not. Were they both at home?
Kasparovich,
You know,
9
he
for
took
45 in Chesley Street and 9 for 36 in the home game.
That's right, home and away.
And then James Harris equalled that for Middlesex.
Here's Rain, bowls the right-handed Lloyd, who clips it or tries to clip it down the leg side, but doesn't get anything near it. Ollie Robinson keeping wicket. This is his second championship game for Durham since he joined. Third. Yes, you've played every game, haven't you? 3 slips, cover, extra and a mid-off on the offside, mid-on and a mid-wicket and a squarish backward short, fine leg. The next ball is turned in that direction out to the man fielding in front of the pavilion. Lloyd moves on to 5, the score moves on to 5 and Labuschagne comes down to the receiving end. Another man who used to get lots of runs against Glamorgan, wonderful player, was David Boone, of course. Remember seeing a couple of battles here back in '97 between him and Waka Eunice. It was great to watch.
He was quick, wasn't he, Waka Eunice?
It was a bit rapid.
You see them bowling with a red ball and they look quick, and then I saw him in a game, him and Neil Colleen against Derbyshire in a 50 over match. They absolutely ripped through them and he looked so quick with the white ball.
Here comes Rain. Bowls the first ball to Labuschagne, who beats him outside the off stump, just prodding outside there, nervous little prod, conscious of the fact that he's expected to make runs here, Labuschagne, and knows that Glamorgan on this pitch should really get quite a number of runs. It's a little deviation, obviously you'd expect that from the opening bowlers. Rain from the river end comes in past umpire Malander and bowls to Labuschagne, who drives backward of square. It's going down towards the boundary and it's going to get 4 runs. Not quite where he intended. The ball seamed away and he was looking to hit it for extra cover, but it's a perfectly safe shot and there's 4 more runs.
That wicket, by the way, for Coghlan was his 100th first-class wicket for Durham.
Was it?
He's got 117 in all now. So his 100th for Durham.
How many local Durham lads have you got into this side, Martin?
Well, there's Coghlan, obviously, Rain. Potts is in the squad but not playing.
Here is Rain.
Borthwick.
Over the wicket, bowls. That's another good delivery that beats Labuschagne on the forward defensive. Beat him twice in that over. There was a boundary. And of it, Glamorgan are 9 for 1, 5 to Lloyd, 4 to Labuschagne.
Leasy's from Yorkshire. Michael Johns was Ormskirk. Bedingham, South Africa. Ollie Robinson, Canterbury. Graham Clark, I think, was born in Kendal. Ben Rains from Sunderland. Bryden Carr, South African via Sunderland. Coggers is Sunderland. Liam Travaskis is Penrith. Coonaman, Queensland.
About 4 or 5. Glamorgan sadly just have 2 Welshmen.
Coghlan in, right arm over Cathedral Road end, bowling here to Lloyd, who plays the ball safely on the leg side. No run there, picked up by Coonaman.
33 minutes left before lunch.
Plus 10.
Plus 10, says Nick, of course. It's
Yes.
because of yesterday's rain.
Coghlan in. This is played away into the covers, no run there.
Depends what weather forecast you look at. Sadly, they all say it's... BBC Wales website says rain will arrive at 2. The one I saw this morning said it was more like 3. Wouldn't say so at the moment. It's a lovely afternoon. Well, it is afternoon, of course.
Bowler comes in again, played out through mid-wicket nicely by Lloyd for 4, up towards the grandstand on our right-hand side.
Yeah, played with ease, wasn't it? And, these two would want to try and just get in before the ball then loses its shine. 3 boundaries in the 13. First runs off Coghlan. Got any one-days, test matches, whatever you call them, up the
Yeah.
2020s? And
They're, I'm trying to remember who's coming this year. Is it New Zealand? Yeah. Coghlan bowls. This has come off Lloyd's thigh pad. Goes off towards square leg. They've run a leg by. Who have they got? I think it's New Zealand back into the year. Coghlan in. That's a big appeal for LBW, not given. Just chuck me the that there. It's got all the international fixtures in the back of this, hasn't it? So there's a men's international and a women's international. This is played to point, no run.
nowhere near the wind we had yesterday. Just a little ripple with 2 flags away to our left in the pavilion. And the trees in front of us are pretty still. So, quite pleasant to be playing cricket today. And it'll be Ben Rain to start his next over, bowling to David Lloyd. In he comes and bowls to Lloyd, and Lloyd is forward, plays it up to mid-off. Lloyd is on 9, Labuschagne on 4. Byram out first ball. It'll be W to Coghlan, no score, having scored 81 and 36 not out in the previous game.
England's women are playing Sri Lanka in Chesley Street in the T20 on Saturday the 9th of September.
Here's Ben Rain coming in past umpire Mallender on his way and bowls, and this is played off the back foot by Lloyd, but straight. The man has been brought in from extra cover on the drive, and it was he who fielded. Still the 3 slip, still attacking. Just to remind you, if you've just tuned in, that Durham declared on 471 for 9.
Wednesday the 30th of August, Chesley Street, England against New Zealand in a T20.
Right. Rain bowls, and that's played out into the covers, partially stopped, and there is no run.
Labuschagne's bowling, according to Nick, was career best figures.
Never had 4 before.
He's never had a four for before. What was he previously?
4 for 81. He took in 17 overs and 3 balls.
Best bowling before was 3 for 45, Australia against Pakistan in 2018.
So he's trying to prove a point, not only to...
And his best bowling for Glamorgan was actually in his last championship match, which was at Durham in May last year when he took 3 for 35.
Bowling leg spin. Oh, he might have been bowling medium pace, I wasn't there. Ben Rain, I can tell you, is bowling medium pace, and he's coming in and bowls, and Lloyd is forward to a straight ball, which didn't deviate at all off this pitch, and there is no addition to the score. 14 for 1, Glamorgan. In reply, as I mentioned, Durham 471 for 9. Travaskis last man out for 79. Cast made 91. And there's a man at mid-on vigorously exercising as Ben Rain turns of that river end for the penultimate ball. It's not the penultimate ball, it's the 4th. Good looking stop there at mid-on. Exercise would have done him a bit of good. Who's that?
Cars, isn't it? 99 on his back.
Oh, yes, he'd be the third seamer, wouldn't he?
Keep our ice cream talk conversation continuing. 99.
Yeah.
Chris has been on. How can the ECB allow Stokes to go to the IPL with his
Yes,
knee
we've had this
issues
for 3 days.
and steroid injections, yet are happy to rest the likes of Carson Potts in April? Where's the logic?
No logic in cricket these days. Here's Cars. Last ball of the over. Bowls, and it's driven up to mid-on. Cars fields. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan 14 for 1. 9 to Lloyd, and Labuschagne is 4.
Dr. Kevin Tennant on Twitter earlier said it's too early in the season for gentlemanly cricket. Just get declared. And Stuart Morley emailed in a while ago, what on earth are Durham doing not declaring? So much for attacking cricket.
Yeah.
Mervin's been on. Good morning, Marty.
Morning, Mervyn.
How nice to hear the Glamorgan-based commentators giving such an unbiased description of events. I wouldn't expect any less from Eddie Bevan. You know what? I
Never mind,
knew
Nick.
where that was going as I started to read that one. Coghlan in bowls. That's left alone. Goes to the keeper.
Yeah.
Mervyn and Eddie go back a long way.
JP.
Back into the early 90s, would it be, I suppose?
Well, when were the old
Durham?
those commentary positions in the
Well,
Porter cabins? They were there for a few
well,
years.
it was 95 when that ground opened, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, and I first started covering games there for the BBC in the summer of 2000. We were certainly in that cabin then. Coghlan in bowls. It's played behind point and away to the boundary for 4. Clark's out there, but he couldn't get across to it in time. The Porter cabin, brackets trademark, close brackets, I think it was fitted with ISDN lines and all the rest of it, which we used to broadcast on, and then they moved it from the bottom corner near the main gate to the middle on the other side of the ground where the new media centre is. And then the last thing I heard about it, it was being towed off to Edinburgh, and it was going to be the media centre at the Grange for Scotland's
Is that right?
cricket. Coghlan in again here. The ball is played back to him by Labuschagne, who's on 8, but Lloyd at the other end on 9. I don't know if it's still in existence. I never covered a game at the Grange. The only time I covered a Scotland game away was at Titwood in Glasgow, and it was horrendous. We were in these changing rooms which absolutely stunk around the side of the ground, and then the ISDN line packed in halfway through the game. It's Coghlan bowls. This is turned off towards long leg for 2 runs by Labuschagne.
Grange, yeah, I've been there a couple of times. Nick would have been there because doing rugby matches, because Wales A, when they had their games, I think I'm right, Nick used to play on a Friday night there. And it very pleasant place, very lovely ground.
Is it in the Botanical Gardens in that area?
I can't remember if that is, but it's in Edinburgh itself. It's not out of town, but
Coghlan in again, he bowls, and this is played off towards point. No run there. I just seem to remember at Titwood the facilities weren't particularly good. The ISDN point was on the balcony next to the dressing rooms, and the original plan was for us to be there, but then we were moved right round the other side of the ground, so the poor guy responsible had to put a long wire down, and then halfway through the commentary they were on and off for rain. It was August 2013, and then the line went dead, and we had to finish the match on a mobile phone. And I was doing it with David Slight, who lived up there. As Coghlan Comes in and bowls. This is defended. And Slightly was a Lancashire member actually, but Durham was his closest cricket team, so he used to come and watch Durham or Lancashire depending who was at home. So we ended up doing the rest of the match on my mobile phone, and we were going out on medium wave back in those days. So every time there was an incident and I wanted David to chip in, I handed him the phone. But every time he grabbed the phone, he kept putting us on mute. That was a nightmare day. Anyway, Durham won, and that was the year when Scotland decided they were pulling out of the English cricket system because they hadn't developed really in 10 years. They weren't getting anywhere. 20 for 1 here, by the way, at the end of the over.
Yes, the ball has beaten the bat twice against the Labuschagne from Rain, and it will be Ben Rain to continue. And he's conceded 9 runs in just 3 overs. And he will be bowling to David Lloyd. Morgan captain, who's on 9. Here is Rain. In bowls, and that's left outside the off stump.
How many players got into the 90s today? Was it just Cars?
I think it was only Cars here.
Yeah, so 1 got into the 90s here, 2 into the 70s. David Griffin, the statistician who covers Derbyshire. The world record for the highest total without a ton was actually set last year. Surrey 671 for 9, the highest individual score 96. 7 players scored 50s.
In comes Rain, bowls. Lloyd clips it away down to fine leg and might beat him. No, there's a man just in front of the pavilion, collects, and it'll just be a single. Once arrived for a cup match, packed house at dear old Chelmsford. Went up to the ISDN point. We're doing this at the home side, I'm sorry. Well, there's a spare ISDN, I said. No, 5 Live are coming down. Have you booked one? Yes. So they eventually got one set up, and I commentated the whole game in front of the scoreboard away to the left, which is lovely out in the blazing sunshine with all that crowd round you. Oh, that's another one. He's beaten him 3 times now with a little way swinger as Rain to Labuschagne. It goes through to the keeper. And you know better than I do, or just as well as I do, what the crowd are like on cup matches at Chelmsford.
Derbyshire not got a game this week.
No.
Looks like a week off. Yeah, we were once chucked out of our commentary position at Canterbury for a quarter final in a T20, so myself and Martin Spade had to commentate from a park bench down next to the advertising hoardings in front of the bar.
Rain bowls and hits him on the pad, but umpire says not out. People jumping up everywhere. Even cover in mid-off went up. And we will have a look at this in just a moment. Rain is a little disappointed. Let's... he's pointing at something.
Having a word with Neil Mulliner, isn't it?
Careful, lad. Can't do that. He'll be in the room.
That game at Canterbury was a nightmare because people just started standing around us, and we were in an area that had been cordoned off, and somebody ripped the cordon down, and there was a guy behind us swearing his head off.
With a pint in his hand, no doubt. Let's look at Rain. In again, bowls. And that's a good-looking shot, but it's fielded, well, diverted to mid-off. Yeah, that's not pleasant at all.
These big benches we were on, they were at a strange angle where you couldn't actually sit upright on them because they were sort of curved. So as you sat down, you sort of slid forward. And it was a nightmare trying to see over the advertising hoardings because they're really high. And Durham were out for 96 and lost the match.
Rain bowling a steady line here, especially to Labuschagne. He's coming in again. Last ball of the over. And beats him again. He's beaten him 4 times now, so... Well bowled, Ben Rain. Not express fast, but just doing enough to beat the push forward there. Defensive push from David Lloyd. He's beaten Labuschagne 3 times and Lloyd once. End of the over. The score 21 for 1. 10 apiece to the 2 Lloyd and Labuschagne.
Yeah, Titwood was a real, that was a real challenge. I mean, you have, you know, I don't know if you do at your age now, but I still have anxiety dreams where things don't work.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you can't see the field, or you don't know who's playing, or
can't get into the ground.
Yeah. Coughlin in. That's gone through to the keeper. So there was a whole week where I've mentioned this a number of times. I had every reporter filed on air for the week when Durham played Kent in Stockton in 2006 was underground in the cellar underneath the bar. It's the only place I could get a phone lines. So I missed half of what was going on. Just back and forth, up and down into the.
It doesn't do any good to your blood pressure, seriously.
No, I know.
You know, and
pull your microphone up a little bit, just catching your shirt there. Yeah, it doesn't. And I mean, I go back to, you know, my colleague Lisa, who you were showing me a write-up about yesterday, and doing her news bulletins a couple of years ago. As Coghlan comes in and bowls, this is defended, and I'd written the bulletin. It was a 15-minute news bulletin at 1 o'clock, and the idea was she would go up to the canteen and get some lunch. Went to the computer, sat down, hit go on the bulletin, nothing there. Screen's empty, and I'm thinking, have I saved it somewhere else? I had some paper backups, but where is it? It wasn't anywhere. And what had happened was me saving the bulletin and having written it and hit go on it in Newcastle. As Coghlan bowls, and this is carved over the slip corner and away for 4 down towards vacant third man, and the pub is open. Shot from Lloyd there. There was just nothing there, and I thought, what do I do? So I started trying to speak slowly, and I'm thinking, well, this 15-minute bulletin had about 7 or 8 minutes.
We working from a little studio where because there should have been a technician, electrician or technician in there, and just...
He came running in, but there was... And anyway, what had happened was, the system we work on now, there's computers where everything's stored is somewhere else in the country. And at the very moment I went on air, the line went down between wherever that place is and our studios. And this is a nice drive from Byron, straight back past Coghlan for 4. It's a half volley. He's dispatched it to our end of the ground. 2 4s in a row there. 29 for 1. He moves on to 18.
On that theme, Martin, tomorrow aren't we having at 4 o'clock a huge
3.
beep?
I've turned mine off.
Mine.
You can turn an emergency alerts off on your phone.
What for?
What for? Because I don't want it to go off.
No.
At 3 o'clock.
Why are we having this?
Oh, it's
Is it security or whatever?
No, well, it's they do it in other countries. As Coghlan comes in here, this is played towards wide, mid on, shy at the stump, side on from Borthwick. He's just missed the target, and judging by his reactions, had that hit, that would have been the end of Byron.
Yeah, not bad. Lloyd.
Sorry, Lloyd. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I was listening to there's a woman who is a specialist in disaster planning at Durham University, and she was on our breakfast show yesterday, and she said she's been part of the team trying to get this system up and running for a few years, and she said it's these systems are used in other countries. Coghlan in again to Labuschagne, who looks like he's trying to leave that one. It glances off the face of the bat and finds its way to third slip, no run, end of the over. Lees picks it up. Anyway, she said they're commonly used in places like New Zealand and Australia and stuff, and it would be used here in periods, for instance, of severe flooding. So, you know, you go back, 3 years, all the floods that you had in South Wales.
Yeah, well...
It would warn people in a certain area to get out of the house.
I don't know about you, whenever we fly, and just before takeoff, they say... and when you put your life jacket, so when you get into the sea, well, by that time, they always say, put them on, and, you know, when you drop. Well, when you drop, that's the end, I think. So I'm just wondering what's going to happen once this thing goes off. How are we going to be saved? Anyhow.
Well, we've turned them off on our phones tomorrow afternoon, but you probably hear them all around the ground.
Change of bowling, Cass is on and bowls the first ball and beats the push forward from David Lloyd. Big, tall man, 6'2", 6'3", played well, extremely well. He came in at number 8 and made 91 before he was LBW to Nisa this morning. South African. England selectors have their eye on him, but he has had injuries, hasn't he? Brighton Cass.
Yeah, he had a knee op at the start of last year because he picked up a knee injury playing for the Lions in Australia. He had a toe problem.
Bounding in, short, and that's gone high up in the air over his head, and it's gone first bounce for 4. He tried to pull it. Now fine leg is square. That seems a fashion these days. I did mention it on the first day. They seem to be very square, not fine. And had he hit that fine, he'd been safe enough, but it was a very short delivery, and Lloyd thinking, short boundary, I might have a dart to this, but he got a top edge, nearly went for 6, first bounce for 4. And Glamorgan moving on to 34 for 1. And Lloyd is on 23. Labuschagne is on 10. Let's see if Cass will tempt him with another short delivery. Here he is, comes in and bowled. This is nice looking shot, clipped off his legs, and now there is a fine leg, fine, and a man at deep backward square after that shot. So he gets another single, 35 for 1. Who have you lot got today, Sunderland?
They're playing West Brom away tomorrow in a midday kick-off. And Newcastle playing tomorrow afternoon, Nick said. Who they got? Who they got?
Big one.
Spurs. Down there or up in Newcastle?
Up at Newcastle.
Because Spurs' record in Tyneside is awful.
Here is Class in, bowls, Lloyd plays out to mid-on, opens the left foot and just pushes it away. Cardiff away at Norwich, which hasn't been a happy hunting ground for them in the past, but they have won 5 of their last 6 games. Big game here just down the road. If you hear a roar this afternoon, Martin, you'll know that Cardiff City have scored against Stoke. Still just 2 points.
Not be a roar, will it?
Well,
what's their average crowd?
Down here?
Yeah.
Well, now it's about 20,000, 20 plus. In comes Cass and bowls. Nice looking shot, but a little bit of an inside edge on it as he plays it to mid-on. 3 games left in the season.
Mark Steele, the comedian, was in Bangor last night.
Which Bangor?
The Welsh one. Thanks to beautiful Bangor for your Welsh jollity last night. He says, I'm going to see him in Newcastle in a couple of weeks' time. He also does a comedy series on Radio 4, Mark Steele's in Town, where he does a half-hour stand-up about the town he's in, which is very funny.
Cass is in, bowls. Lloyd plays it nice past mid-on. It's a chase up towards the boundary. It's not going to get... No, it's pulled in just about 15 yards from the long-on boundary, but beautifully timed there by Lloyd. He gets a couple. And it was Lavishin, was it?
He says, I'm off to Monmouth now. Somebody there once told me the marvellous thing about Monmouth is if you drink enough cider and stand in the right place, you could be in Wales but be sick in England. Does he, man? He likes his cricket, doesn't he?
You could say that about a few borders, couldn't it?
Well, probably, yeah.
When we go up to Colwyn Bay, if you go a certain way, you go from Wales into England and back into Wales and back into...
well, that's around
where Ian was
Newtown and on that area, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah. Coghlan continuing from the Cathedral Road end, and that's a leave. Yeah, you pass into England and then back into Wales and back into England, back into Wales. Round sort of Cross Keys area, isn't it? Up there, around that way.
No, where did Ian he was born? It's that little village where he played all his early golf. I can't think of the name of the place. I'm sure somebody will tell us.
Well, Chester City's grounds.
Yeah.
Yes.
Conundrum, isn't it? As this is defended, because the postal address I think is English, but the ground actually sits partly in Wales. And this caused issues during lockdown and COVID, didn't it, as to whether people had to adhere to English regulations or Welsh regulations.
And also in the old days when pubs were closed in Wales,
yeah,
then you could in next door in England and have a pint.
Yeah. Coghlan comes in again and bowls. This is through to the keeper. We stayed in a little barn conversion in a village called Abbey Cumere about 3 or 4 years ago, near Raider, mid Wales, and my step-grandfather used to live in a village called St Harmon, which was just over the hill, right in the middle of the Welsh mountains. It was a gorgeous area, and as a teenager, just the adventures you could have around there, along the river and up in the hills and stuff, following the old train line. Tremendous fun. That's through to the keeper. Across the road, the local farmer used to knock around with his kids and adventures on the farm and all this.
Lovely.
Up in the hills, in the forests, on the bike. No, there's hardly any cars around in those days. But I always remember they used to have this travelling shop would come into the village each day, and the guy was named Jones the Shop. And when we were in this little place in Abbey Cumere, I was chatting to a guy in the pub there, and I said, I used to come down here as a kid. So yeah, the ball goes through again to the keeper, and I said, I remember I used to love it on an afternoon when Jones the Shop turned up, and I said in the summer holidays we'd go out and buy an ice cream off him. And the guy said, that's my dad. Is that really? And he said, yeah. He said, my dad had that shop, and he used to. And then there was also a travelling butcher's van as well.
Now they've got, because of the dearth of cash things now, you can't get any cash from anywhere. Banks, you haven't got any.
Yeah.
It's Jones the bank.
Right, the travelling bank.
Travelling bank.
Yeah.
Shot.
Over pitched from Coglan, driven out through the covers here by Lloyd, and that is going to make it to the rope in front of the pavilion, and it does for 4. He moves on to 28 and 41 for 4. Glamorgan here.
Done. 41 for 4, please.
Sorry for 1.
You kept people having their lunch with me.
Yeah. Anyway, I was chatting to this guy, and he said his dad ran this mobile shop, and he said, well, who was your relative in St Harmon? So I told him, and he said, oh, Leslie. Oh, Leslie was a brilliant man. He said, we used to all meet on a Sunday lunchtime after the football team had finished playing. We'd have a few pints in the pub, and then we'd go back to Leslie's for Sunday lunch.
Carr starts another over. Oh, well, he's beaten as an excellent delivery. I could say that probably the delivery of the innings so far. Labuschagne was groping outside the off stump. Carr's coming down from a long way as opposed to rain. And you just look at it again. Oh, yes, good delivery.
So he said the problem you had is what you mentioned. The pubs used to close on a Sunday lunchtime at about 2, was it? Something like that. And so there was nowhere then to go for a drink unless you went to Leslie's house, because he was the master of home brew.
This Carr's to Labuschagne, who thinks, then leaves outside the off stump.
So Leslie's wife, who I never met, she died before I met him, but she was from America, so she used to say to the lads in the village, well, if you come back to ours, I'll make you Sunday lunch while you dig the garden, and Leslie can provide you with a few real ales. So that's what they used to do.
That's a good bargain.
Yeah.
Haven't heard anything from our studio whether Nick's going to do a 1 o'clock report, so we'll just listen out as Carr comes in and bowls. That's played forward. Good length ball, and there's no run. He's got a lovely approach, I must say. I haven't seen him bowl before, but it's nice and easy. Delivers from right up at the top. Bangs into the pitch. I suspect he'd be very, very useful on a pitch that's really doing something as opposed to this one. Morgan 41 for 1. Lloyd is on 28, Labuschagne on 12. First ball dismissal to Eddie Byram. LBW to Coughlin for naught. As in comes Carse again and bowls to Labuschagne. Down the leg side. Good, well, half stop. I thought he'd got it in his left paw, but it just rolled out. They go through for a bye.
The game's off at Whitburn today, so if you're going to go down the village, there's no cricket to watch. Whitburn against Tynemouth.
Amazing yesterday. I went on to the A4232 here when the game was abandoned at 3:30. No rain whatsoever. Got home, and West Wales, Swansea area is a very pleasant day. My wife said you've been out and done a little bit of gardening. Yeah. And here we are, here, miserable. Carse is in, and bowls paid up to mid-on by Lloyd, and no run.
So first day of the season, they haven't started at Benwell Hill. Benwell Hill against Hetton Lions in Newcastle. Chesley Street, Newcastle abandoned. South Northumberland, Burnmoor abandoned. Whitburn, Tynemouth abandoned. That's in the Premier Division.
Next week for South Wales.
Yeah, well, the sad thing is they delayed the season start by a week because of the wet spring that we'd had.
Carse comes in from that far end, gathers speed now and bowls. It's defended by David Lloyd up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. Morgan, no problems after Byron's dismissal. 42 for 1. Labuschagne on 12. Lloyd on 28. And Glamorgan going just under 4 and over, which, if you heard us describing this pitch when Durham batted, is what a batsman would dream of at the start of the season so that he'd get into some sort of nick. We haven't seen anything really trouble.
Rain switching end here. Abandoned at Eppleton, cancelled at Sacriston. I'm not sure why that's cancelled rather than abandoned.
Sacriston, is it?
Sacriston, just up the road from Chesley Street. They haven't got going yet at Seaham Park. Abandoned at Sunderland. Abandoned at Washington. It's a grim picture. Too far north today, the northeast, to guarantee the weather. Rain was going to start running in, somebody's put the batsman on
have you
there.
been into the centre of Durham recently? Because when we were up there 2 years ago.
I was there a few weeks ago when the Turkish earthquake happened. I went to interview a guy called Genghis. who
All
runs
those
a restaurant.
roadworks done now.
I think, yeah, they're all finished now.
And I got a ticket up there because I lost my way completely coming into the
Went
city.
through a bus lane.
Went through a bus lane. Yes. Didn't know where I was.
Mervyn says the Grange isn't far off the Botanic Gardens. Rain's
In
going to come in here, and I'm
Scotland,
going to
yeah.
have to go next door in a sec as he comes in at 2-ball to Labuschagne. That's defended. What does he say in his email before I head off? The Grange isn't very far off the Botanic Gardens. It's a very pleasant but fairly basic ground. The Grange Pavilion is a delight to behold, he says.
It is.
I remember Mark Church saying you had to commentate on the pavilion balcony, and the breeze coming up off the Firth. The Forth was rather a chilly one.
I remember going, there's a beautiful day.
Okay. Rain bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side by Labuschagne, half fielded by short mid-wicket, but the ball ricochets away from the man at mid-on, so they can't... they can take a single, rather. 43 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. Lloyd 28, Labuschagne is on 13. Martin will be back after lunch, which will be 110 to 150 today because of the play lost yesterday, and therefore an extra 10 minutes added to the first 2 sessions if the rain stays away. The rain is bowling, Ben of that ilk, and Lloyd is forward.
I fancy he's just coming in and putting it there because he used to be much quicker than this. Whether he's decided, look, I'm not going to get anything out of this, and just try and put it there and nag the batsman into indiscretion. But he's got a man on the drive now. You've seen nothing go in the air, everything's been well timed.
Lloyd faces up to Rain as he plays to that man on the drive. Lease, and he has a shy back at the keeper just in case.
And I think, Nick, even if we had 2 full days, it'd be hard to get 20 wickets, wouldn't it? Or it should be hard.
It should be hard. There's no way in which a team should be bowled out twice in this length of time. Edward Cooper says, remember Rain dismissing Marchant de Lange in that game at Leicester in 2018 where Leicester won by 3 runs. Rain bowls, that's wide outside off stump, and Lloyd reached for it. It's called wide, but Lloyd's, well, if he had got an edge on that, would have been kicking himself all the way home to Wrexham. 44 for 1 in reply to 471 for 9 declared.
Passionate follower of Wrexham.
Indeed.
I wonder if he's thinking about that now. But he'll see the game tonight because it's a 6:30 kickoff.
Yes, it's little chance that the rain will keep away for play to go on that late. As in comes Ben Rain. It's bowled to Lloyd. Again, wide-ish outside off stump. There's no run. John Hughes says, listening to Edward mention non-judgment day at the Principality Stadium, sports fans should be reminded that the real judgment day takes place tomorrow when Newport play Cardiff in the cup final. Yeah, that's also at the Principality Stadium of the semi-pro club level, traditional old rivalry between Newport and Cardiff. So let's hope that gets a few in there tomorrow as well.
Well, once, I'm told, over 40,000 attended that game back in the, just after the war.
Yeah, absolutely. At the Old Arms Park.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I got lost there in a huge crowd when I was a kid. As rain is in and bowls, and forward comes Lloyd defending to mid-off, and there's no run. It was they used to play 4 times a season, Cardiff and Newport, when it was one of the biggest rivalries of Welsh rugby, and yeah, somehow I got separated from my dad in the crowd, and luckily I managed to be reunited with him with the constabulary playing a part.
Was it inside the ground?
No, I think it was just I think it was just outside, if I remember correctly. I was probably about 9 years old at the time.
Cass is to continue. 7 runs off his first couple of overs. He's bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 13. Bowls to him now. Labuschagne leaves outside the off stump. And nothing really much to report. The dismissal of Eddie Byram first ball. He walked across his stumps and was trapped. I don't think he would have any.
Glamorgan 44 for 1 in reply to Durham's 471 for 9, declared the visitors comfortably getting maximum batting points and keeping Glamorgan to 2 bowling points. Bryden Carr's made 91, Liam Travaskis 79. Marnus Labuschagne finished with career best bowling performance of 4 for 81 after a rather mixed performance with the ball. Glamorgan in reply lost Eddie Byram for no score, but David Lloyd and Marnus Labuschagne are still there. Glamorgan 46 for 1.
Couple of runs there for Labuschagne. Short ball pulled out towards mid-wicket. He moves on to 15, 46 for 1. And they're going along quite nicely, hovering just under 4 and over. 3.73. Cass to come in again from that river end and bowls. And Labuschagne plays it away in the covers. And there's no run. It's beginning to just cloud over a little here.
I wonder if Labuschagne's teammates have remembered his rather frantic and adventurous running at times, so get their skates on.
Yes, he does like to run, especially when he hits the ball. Not perhaps so keen when his colleague, but he does like to set off. We haven't seen the flamboyant, extravagant leave yet from Marnus Labuschagne, have we?
No.
Stump, like a reap here. In comes Cass, bowls to him. This is might have just hit the pad. It's gone down to where a leg slip would have been, and umpire Malander has his hand out, taps his knee twice, and signals that it was a leg by 47 for 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far into the afternoon session we're going to get. It's due to begin at 10 to 2.
Yes, we'd like to have seen a full day's cricket. We only had the first day. Tomorrow isn't great either. So this will be an opportunity for Glamorgan to get some batting points, Durham to get some bowling points, one would have thought. Cass in bowls. Good looking shot by Lloyd out to mid-wicket. That man is trailing that area. The entrance in up to the steps to the pavilion, they go through for a single. First wicket fell. We'll score at, I think it was 4, yes. So these are put on 44.
Yeah, Met Office is suggesting we may get away with it until 4-ish. BBC is rather less optimistic, and
we shall see.
Says early in the afternoon.
Cass in bowls. That's a good-looking shot there by Labuschagne, but hit firmly but straight to cover. End of another over. Lloyd 29, Labuschagne 15. Glamorgan would like to get some batting points because they only got 2 bowling points. Okay, it's only 1 they've dropped, but they'd like to get that because they got 4 in the first game. And that does help. Even if you draw, you still get 5 points and the bonus, so it just keeps you ticking along.
Yeah, the match at Headingley in the women's Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy is underway after a delayed start. This involves the Northern Diamonds and the Western Storm. Western Storm are the side to cover Wales and the southwest of England.
Number 58, sorry to interrupt, is that Cloderman?
Kuhneman, yeah.
In deep conversation with Labuschagne.
Rain in, bowls, and that's defended by Lloyd. Yes, Labuschagne said in the week they usually on the phone
most days.
Most days, yeah. two Welsh players in the Western Storm 11, Alex Griffiths and Sophia Smale, one of the young stars of cricket in this country.
When are the Welsh ladies playing rugby again? Or who are they playing?
Tomorrow they're away to France in Grenoble, 3 o'clock, BBC radio and television coverage.
Oh dear.
Might catch that one if it's raining here. Here is Ben Rain to bowl a short ball, pulled away by Lloyd. Has he beaten the man at backward square? No, he hasn't. It's a scrambling stop by Cars. Fast bowler throwing himself around on the boundary. Did well there to keep them down to a couple of runs. Lloyd is going to go for everything.
50 up. Yeah.
As we've had an email from a member of the Rain family here, which will allow Martin to read after lunch. As Ben Rain is in to bowl, and there's a big appeal for LBW. Out. David Lloyd playing round that one. Ben Rain takes Durham's second wicket, and Glamorgan are 50 for 2. David Lloyd has gone for 31.
Well, my immediate thought the head was going down the leg side.
From the shot he was playing, it looked as though Lloyd expected it to go down leg, but umpires have been willing to give LBW decisions in this match, it must be said, and maybe the same applies to Glamorgan as applied in the Durham innings. That will be lunch then, a couple of moments early because we're in the last over before the interval, and Glamorgan are in slight difficulty, a 50 for 2 in reply to Durham's 471 for 9 declared. It has been Durham's morning, getting maximum points and then getting a couple of early wickets, and we will be back for the afternoon session here on BBC Sport Online, which starts at just before 10 to 2.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place around the country in the LV County Championship. They're all like here at Sophia Gardens into their third day. Starting at Lords, where Middlesex are 194 for 6, trailing Notts by 170 runs. At Taunton, Lancashire are currently 440 for 4, so they're trailing Somerset by 1 run. At Northamptonshire are following on against Hampshire. They were dismissed for 149. They're currently in their second innings 24 for 5. So Northampton still trailing by 309 runs. At at Canterbury, Essex have just been dismissed by Kent for 451, and Kent currently 13 without loss, so Kent are trailing by 438 runs. It's lunch at New Road, where Worcestershire have just been dismissed by Gloucestershire for 157, so Worcestershire are trailing by 74 runs. It's lunch as well at Hove, where Sussex are 49 for 2, so Sussex are leading Yorkshire by 112 runs. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this season. That includes the match here on Friday the 8th of September, when England and New Zealand meet each other in a one-day international. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the matchday hospitality packages available for all games here at Sophia Gardens, including those in the T20 as well as the 100. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the recently published 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is also open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It'll be open until about 5 o'clock this evening, and it's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And that's where you can now choose from a selection of pasties, toasted sandwiches and jacket potatoes. There's also a wide range of beers and cider available thanks to our sponsors, Glamorgan Brewery and Thatcher's. Food and drink can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Caster Howell stand, adjacent to Gate 2. And items can also be obtained from the vending machines at the rear of the National Cricket Centre. Finally, the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It will be closing at the end of the lunch interval. There are many displays there which are well worth viewing. There's also a number of second-hand cricket books as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks which are on sale. And as I say, the museum will be closing at the end of lunch.
got the notification of the team that comes out?
Oh, it wouldn't go there.
To resume the Glamorgan first innings after lunch, Mars Nabishane, and with him the incoming batter, Sam Northeast. And to complete the over from before the interval.
Very good afternoon and welcome to Sophia Gardens for the afternoon session of day 3. Had to think then, nominally day 3, we didn't get any play on day 2. Glamorgan 50 for 2, in a modicum of trouble in reply to Durham's impressive 471 for 9 declared. Just before lunch, David Lloyd was given a leg before to Ben Rain for 31, leaving Glamorgan 50 for 2, and Martin has received an email from the Lloyd, from the Rain family, which may...
How do you know that?
Because you left your screen open, but I didn't open it, so yeah. If there's any personal secrets, they haven't been divulged on air.
Have you been in my bank account as well?
Yeah, there's not much left, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Here's Rain then to bowl to the new batter, Sam Northeast, with 3 slips and a silly mid-off, and a short delivery that loops harmlessly down leg side.
Stephen Rain Ben played for England under-15s in 2007 with Glamorgan's David Lloyd. Ben is also half Welsh, with his mother and maternal grandmother proud Welsh ladies. Well, there you go.
There we are.
So we've drawn a line from Wales to Sunderland there in one fell swoop.
We've got a half Welsh bowler bowling to an English batter, and North East is on the back foot, punching it to Podmore. Coughlin. Podmore being Glamorgan's 23. Coughlin at mid-on, and there is no run. So, yeah, Steve West agreeing with our suspicion on commentary that the ball looked as though it was going down leg side.
Whoa.
Glammy podcast saying happy for it to start raining, not Ben Rain, to save us. Next ball from Ben Rain is definitely down leg side, and the keeper has not managed to gather it, and that's run away for 4 byes. Not the best delivery and not the best piece of wicket keeping from young Ollie Robinson, but he's in credit for the match after his fine knock of 73. 4 more to the Glamorgan total, and it's 54 for 2 after 14.
Mentioned earlier Dave Griffin, who's the statistician at Derbyshire and the photographer there, had sent us a message to say the world record for the highest total without a ton was set last year. Surrey 671 for 9. Highest individual score was 96. 7 players scored 50s. That prompted Peter Sterling to send us an email. He said the Surrey innings you just mentioned, with the record highest score without 100, had a marvellous bit of commentary from your colleague Mark Church. Because Andy Zaltzman had pointed out on Twitter the record was possible, so Mr. Church was building up to it, but nobody in the ground had any idea what was going on. When the record came up, he said, "And there it is," which was met with stunned silence because nobody knew what was happening. I'm going to say Kuhneman here for the first time today. So an early introduction of spin bowling. Got a 5 for the other day against Worcestershire. So if Durham just used the 3 bowlers up until now, Rain, Coughlin and Coss, is that
correct?
Right? Yeah, so Kuhneman makes number 4. So Matty Potts bowling during the lunch interval. Kuhneman left arm round. This is cut to backward point, no run there. So he's bowling to his mate, one of his best mates, Marnus Labuschagne.
Possibly why they brought him on early.
Yeah, maybe. Said he had quite a discussion with Marnus about coming to Durham. Comes in again and bowls, defended by the batsman. Watching the live feed here in Paris, I heard your co-commentator earlier say Mont Saint-Michel was in Britain. It's actually just on the Normandy side of the border.
Okay, I stand corrected.
He said you need to be careful about this kind of thing, because if you say it in the wrong place, it could be considered fighting talk. We went to San Malo a few years ago and stayed in the walled town in the old fortress, which was, I think, the only part of northern France which didn't fall after D-Day. Germans remained in there.
Nice part of the world. I think it was my first family holidays in France. We were in the Saint Malo Dinard area.
Yeah. Mont Saint-Michel is on a causeway. Went there when I was 16. What they're waiting for here? If they're going to get some
helmet, extra helmet, possibly. It's a delay in proceedings, and really, it's quite a long way.
They're allowed to delay things here while they're waiting for helmets to be brought on and stuff. They should just have to continue playing.
You would have thought that they would anticipate the possibility and leave the required maximum number of helmets on the boundary edge.
Yeah. Well, Alan Walker, who's one of the Durham coaches, has headed up the steps to the dressing room.
Oh, this is pointless. The umpires should say crack on and bowl the rest of the over with the equipment that you've got.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's a little psychological trick from Kuhneman towards his Queensland teammate.
Trickster. So I think in this locale there were 1 or 2 suggestions that Lloyd's LBW was going down the leg side.
Yeah.
I didn't actually see it in real life. I was switching rooms when it happened.
Well, he was definitely looking to hit it through mid-wicket all right. He could have been playing across a straight one, but we did slow it down on one of the laptops, and it looked as though it pitched about middle and leg, hit about in line with the leg stump, and was going down.
Well, it's pitched low though. I'm just watching it now.
I don't think the height was the issue.
No, I don't think that's a bad shout.
Oof. I think it was possibly as generous as one or two of those given to Glamorgan bowlers earlier on Thursday.
Seems like such a long time ago now. So what we got here, we've got a helmet for Bedingham at leg slip. Short leg in there as well, which I think will be Graham Clark. Comes round the wicket and bowls. Gone down the leg side now. He could be widered for this. Well, he hasn't been by Neil Malander. He got widered a couple of times, deliberately bowling down the leg side at Sussex a couple of weeks ago. And they said if he was aiming for footholes, then he was going to pay the price. Comes in again and bowls. Labuschagne leaves that one down the leg side.
Yeah, Labuschagne leans on his bat in a distinctly unimpressed sort of way.
Kuhneman in bowls, Labuschagne forward and defends. Maybe a little bit of topspin on that one. It came in low. One ball left of this over, which began this morning. As he comes in and bowls. Feels like it began this morning, doesn't it? It's, that's gone off towards backward square leg for 1 run, so he'll keep strike. Glamorgan 55 for 2. Sam Northeast, the new batsman, had a few knocks against Durham over the years, including 100 in each innings in 2017 at Canterbury for Kent, in a match which was Matty Potter's debut for Durham.
Yeah, Northeast, of course, record breaker for Glamorgan in both Championship and One Day Cup, setting new highest individual scores next season. And Glamorgan off to Leicester this week, which was the venue for that magnificent Championship knock. So that might be the preview material, I think, for the Leicester game, if a chat with Sam Northeast, who has got a fractured little finger, but said it wasn't causing him any problems batting, with a couple of painkillers. It's Labuschagne on strike, and he defends what is a no ball out on the offside, so 2 to the Glamorgan total, 57 for 2. So cars taking over at this Cathedral Road end from rain. Looking around the Durham bowling resources, looks slightly light in the seam department. Martin will elucidate, as that one is played away.
What?
Elucidate. Played away by Labuschagne down towards fine leg.
You'd be coming round here with your elucidations.
It was a leg by, didn't get any bat on it. That's just one to total of 58 for 2. Is anyone else who bowls seam apart from the first 3, basically, that we've had?
No. Johnny Bushnell's not playing because he's got an injured wrist. Let's have a look through the team. Lee's bowls a bit of spin.
As far as I could see, the occasionals were mostly spinners, as far as I could work out. Northeast on strike. Cars in. Northeast drives airily, and poor shot for someone who's yet to get off the mark. Misses through the keeper. Emyr Evans suggests that the rain is moving west. Well, he's in West Wales.
There's 3 big splodges of rain, so there's a big splodge over Cornwall and us. There's a big splodge going right across the north of England, from the northeast to the northwest, and out across the Northern Ireland. And the other splodge is over Kent and London.
Cars is in to bowl to northeast. That's down leg side and well stopped by Robinson, moving to his left.
I think if you've got that many splodges, it's safe to say splodginess abounds.
Oh, very good. Very good. Buy that man several pints of lager and a packet of crisps.
Yeah. Please.
80s pop joke for pop punk, for those of you who are wondering.
Get his lager and his crisps or not?
He's still at the end of the bar, I think. Cars is in, bowls, and North East will get off the mark safely enough as he works one down to square leg, and there is a single 59 for 2.
Do you think it's just greyed over a bit here and filled in a bit?
Yeah, it's definitely got greyer since the morning when we had sort of hazy sunshine. It was quite bright.
Can still see the tops of the hills, though.
Presumably the roof will be shut at the stadium for that double-header, Dragon Scarlets and Cardiff against Ospreys, which Emir suggests could be my plan B post-tea. Might
They're
try and watch a
indoors,
bit.
are they?
Yeah. Cars is in, bowls, and Labuschagne defends. Well, they have the possibility of being indoors. The roof, I think, would be shut for this sort of occasion, particularly with the forecast.
I did a tour of the Millennium Stadium in autumn 2000, and I think at the time they were sponsored by a hydroelectricity company or something, and it cost pennies to open and close that stadium back then. Despite its weight.
Cars is in. Bowls, and Labuschagne will get a single down to fine leg. Cars just straying towards leg stump, a touching that over, and Glamorgan able to tick over in singles. 60 for 2 in reply to 471 for 9 declared. There was one rather embarrassing match earlier this season where the roof didn't quite completely close, and there was a few spectators around the halfway line would have got a bit wet because there's about a 2-yard gap in it, but not much they could do, and they're not allowed to open or close it while there's a crowd in the stadium.
No, in that case there's a loose.
Yeah, loose widget.
I went to a couple of cup finals there. Saw Arsenal against Southampton in 2003. A year or two later, back to see Man U Arsenal, which was a desperately dull game. Finished 0-0 after extra time. It's the first cup final that went to penalties.
Now Kuhneman's only bowled one over there, so it was just to swap them round.
Try something different, maybe. Labuschagne is on strike. It's got a bit gloomy here. I think the light might be an issue before any rain at this rate. Lost the definition of the players' faces as rain comes in from the river end to Labuschagne. Oh, playing a miss. Was it Rain who got him at the end of the day's play at Chesty Street last year? He tried to try to hook him.
Oh yes,
sweep shot, wasn't it? And he got top edged and got out.
Yes, it was a very disappointing visit that to Chester Street. Glamorgan really didn't do themselves justice at all. Yeah, edged a hook. Final ball of the third day.
Rain in, balls defended by Labuschagne.
In fact, Rain got him both innings, leg before for 17 in the first dig, and caught behind for 31 in the second innings. It was only his only wicket in the second innings, as Potts got 7 and Carr's got the other 2.
Rain in, played out to mid-off, no run there. That the email from Stephen Rain, he was actually here for the game at the start of last year because I was chatting to him in the bar during a rained interval, one of the many hailstorm intervals we had.
As
60 for 2 the score, 3 in the slip cordon. Point is very close in as well. Labuschagne plays this to mid-on, no run there.
A rapid start for the Northern Diamonds against Western Storm, 87 for 3 after 12 overs. Lauren Winfield Hill has got 41 not out, and there have been a shed load of extras. Well, Western Storm bowlers have been bowling wides all over the shop by the look of it.
Where's that at?
Headingley. So,
Rain bowls. There's an appeal, big appeal, he's out, he's gone. Didn't get forward enough there, and Labuschagne has gone. LBW, Rain gets him again. He's out for 17. And that was certainly, as he played the shot, I thought that's worth a shout. Didn't get forward enough there. 64-3.
yeah, that looked one of the less contentious leg before decisions. As we see the replay on the video stream, that's come back in a little bit, hit in front of off, and would probably have clattered into middle, and I think Labuschagne gave up basically. Knew the dreaded finger was coming there. Excellent delivery from Rain. Just came back in a fraction.
See, well, Kuhneman now can take that, you know, say he took part in a cunning plan there to unsettle him.
So, Marnus Labuschagne's first innings of the season for Glamorgan ends in disappointment, struck below the knee roll, and off he goes. 60 for 3, and Durham have a 6th bonus point from the game. Kieran Carlson in at 5. Glamorgan be hoping the rain comes sooner rather than later at this rate. Well, of course they'll need to get a fair bit of play in to try and get some bonus points, and with the bat, and try and get to bowl again if they can afford to declare.
Did you say Rain got him 3 times last year, or?
Well, I got him both times at Chestler Street.
What you got there?
There's
oh, they look a bit too sugary for me. That
Glamorgan is providing
buses down the street in a minute for one of them.
A small and very sugary donut. Yeah, Labuschagne didn't play in the first match against Durham because he wasn't here yet.
So if so, that's his only excuse then for Rain not getting him in that game. New batsman is Kieran Carlson, and he faces this first delivery from Rain. Plays it to fairly close point.
Ben Rain did get the overseas batter in the second innings, Colin Ingram for 19. Ingram falling to Coughlin for 87. The first knock made 87 and was then left out for the next 5 matches.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Remember that. And I've included him in my match notes for this without actually doing the maths myself and working out that he couldn't possibly have played if they were going to play Nisa and Labuschagne.
I presume that will be the situation for the next few weeks. I'd be surprised if Labuschagne played any T20. I would imagine he'd be hoiked off to join the Australians in late May. As Bryden Carr starts a new over, Glamorgan 60 for 3, 2 new batters at the crease, and Sam Northeast works one towards mid-wicket and goes through for a single. We're playing in all 7 games at the moment in the county championship.
That is a point. Rich, as he tweeted, he said, with reference to Labuschagne's dismissal off the final ball at Chesley Street, am I right in thinking Glamorgan were then penalised 5 runs following his discussion with the umpire? I've seen that somewhere recently.
They were penalised. I don't think it was him. As far as I can recollect, I think 2 others were the guilty parties. There were 2 questions of dissent raised by Mr. Wharf, formerly of this parish.
Yes.
As Cars is in to bowl to Carlson, who plays that one to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Captain Cook says that was a cracking delivery from Rain for that wicket.
I'm pretty sure, and I apologise if this is wrong, that the dissent was from Root and Nisa with one saying he had hit it when he was given out LBW, and the other that he hadn't hit it when he was given out court, but can't remember the exact circumstances. As that sees Carlson on the back foot defending, and there is no run.
Davey's asking what was on the menu today, lads. Will there be any more of that cake from yesterday arriving? I've just had one of those original Eccles cakes, very nice. He says, we had burgers and chips today.
Yeah, 5 penalty runs in Durham's were added to Durham's second innings, which sort of, yeah, messes up the scorecard, really, doesn't it? There's cast bowls, and that's played away on the offside by Carlson, no run, because the Durham innings came to an end with 244 on the board, and then the descent, I think, took place later, so it was then added retrospectively to Durham's second innings. That's probably blowing up a few cricket-based statistical systems. 61 for 3 in the gloom, as Cars is into bowl and Carlson on the back foot defending, and there's no run. So Durham very much in charge of this match at the moment. Glamorgan will be hoping that the pitch doesn't unexpectedly deteriorate. There's been a little bit of movement for the faster bowlers when they're bowling well. 3 slips and a gully wait for Cast to bowl to Carlson, yet to get off the mark, and a leg slip now. As Carlson defends that one very
That nipped in, didn't
cautiously. Yeah, as I said, there's been a little bit of movement off the pitch. Nisa got 1 or 2 to do a little bit, but bowlers have to work hard for their rewards. 3 LBWs from 3 wickets. Durham had 4 LBWs in their 9 wickets, so the umpires haven't been averse to raising the dreaded digit.
Rain from the river end, and they're appealing. That looked to be too high and going down leg from up here on floor number 73, but it would appear that the umpire agreed, because North East lives to see another day.
Yeah, they're just getting a little bit excitable now, aren't they? As we get a version on the video screen. Yeah, it's probably hit in line with the leg bail, so would have been going down. BBC commentary available on the club video streams at most county grounds.
Here comes rain again. North East plays this out through the covers, and we'll get at least 2 here. There's a chase on. Coghlan races after it towards the far right hand corner of the ground. 2 for North East.
Certainly, I think 14 out of the 18 first-class counties still use BBC on championship games. Some extras do their own on T20 as well.
Rain starts his run up. North East waits and defends the ball, rolling to Coghlan in the covers.
Yeah, with this selection, Travaskis for Bushnell, it leaves Durham a fraction short on the seam bowlers. These 3 are going to have to work pretty hard if they're to stand any chance of dismissing Glamorgan twice in this game.
Rain in, 3 slips crouching and waiting. The ball's played off down towards fine leg though. There's a race on here for Travaskis to come round from long leg, and he can't get there. It's 4 runs.
Good effort.
Was a good effort.
In front of the indoor cricket school, threw himself full length, but just as
gravity
the ball
had the better of him there, didn't it, really?
just as the ball dribbled over the ropes.
The world just turned at the wrong moment for him there. Gravitational pull of the boundary rope. (67-4-3). Northeast on strike. Plays the ball up to mid-off. No run there.
So Marty Cricket or Nick Webb 2017 if you wish to communicate with us by Twitter, and Martin's got the email as well, We're Cricket at yahoo dot something or other.
Yeah.
Com or .co.uk.
We're Cricket at yahoo.co.uk. WEAR, the river. We're. Rain balls, Northeast defends, and the ball runs back up to the river end of the ground, and it's a dot ball as it's picked up at mid-off by one of the Durham fielders, possibly Koeneman, end of the over.
Steve West asked if we can mention the European wheelchair rugby finals at the Principality Stadium from the 3rd to the 7th of May. He's taking part in an exhibition match there. So best of luck with that. I know nothing about any televisualisation of that particular event, but good luck with it. Wheelchair rugby at the stadium coming up in a couple of weeks' time. 67-3 as Cars will start a new over to Carlson, who's yet to get off the mark and now has a short leg posted and gets a short ball that dribbles down and hits the stumps.
Hit the stump, hasn't it?
That has hit off stump and the bail has stayed on.
Wow.
And Carlson has been struck and will need to take a break.
Yeah, he's in a bit of pain there as well, isn't he? Still got his little moustache there. It's a Magnum PI sort of moustache from the 80s, isn't it?
Possibly struck on the chest. We get the replay on the video stream, and chest or forearm, the ball bounces down close to the off stump, hits the off stump, and the bail stays on. So good ball from Cars. And that one did jag back a little bit. I'm not sure whether it might have clipped Carlson's helmet as well. Don't see any sign of replacement helmet being called out, but he is going to get a quick medical check as well, as is standard these days. Don't think it struck him on the head, but maybe a bit of pain-killing spray. It looks like the top of the sternum that's being examined.
Oh, don't talk to me about sternums.
Yes. Update for BBC Radio Wales coming up in a minute or two. With Glamorgan in some difficulty and Kieran Carlson in a modicum of pain, it would appear. Some Northeast down offering moral support, if little else. Next ball up in the block hole, do you reckon? Or another short one. It's interesting that the leg slip, leg gully had just been moved in front of the wicket for that opening delivery from Cars. Now the umpire's gesticulating towards the heavens. Well, they have spotted a little bit of rain in the distance, as opposed to Ben Rain, who's causing Glamorgan enough difficulties as it is. As Cars will come in, but Carlson's not ready, and umpire Lungley had his arm still stuck out, so Cars has to perform a semicircle and return whence he came.
Rich has been on. He's back on. He says Labuschagne dived to field a ball in the covers, and although he failed to stop the ball, he feigned throwing towards the wicketkeeper, and the team was penalised 5 runs. That's what he remembers from the game last year in Chesley Street. I can't remember any of this. So
as Cars is into bowl, and that's played away through Gully. Not sure if it was entirely under control from Carlson there, but he's off the mark with 4 runs. Gully went leaping to his left, and the ball raced away to the unguarded third man ropes. That one was a little uppish, but not quite a chance. I'm not sure if I hesitate to argue with correspondence, but I don't think that one's right.
I can't remember any of this at all.
I don't think that's right.
You think it was Root and
Nisa, I believe, showing some reluctance to depart. Cast bowls, and Carlson pushes through the vacant mid-off. 1 run.
Looks like it's going to...
Glamorgan 72 for 3 in reply to Durham's 471 for 9 declared. The Welsh county in some early trouble. They lost Eddie Byram first ball, and then Ben Rain dismissed David Lloyd just before lunch, given LBW for 31, and Marnus Labuschagne failing relatively on his first innings of the season. He went leg before to Rain as well for 17. North East's on 8, Carlson on 5 earlier. Durham pushed on to 471 for 5, and Glamorgan have lost another wicket as Sam North East is caught off a short ball from Bryden Cars. He has gone for 8. Glamorgan in considerable trouble now and hoping the rain arrives soon. 72 for 4.
Graham Clark with the catch at squarish, shortish, leggish. Yeah, they're in a spot of bother here, aren't they? 19.4 overs. They're trailing by 399.
Sam North East was caught by Graham Clark.
North East went for it, tried to smash it over square leg, but I think got it off the glove.
He's whipped it one-handed, hasn't he?
It's not come off what he hoped it was, anyway. Just lobbing to Clark in there, forward of the wicket, and good catch, well taken, moving to his right, one-handed by Graham Clark under the lid. 4 for 72, Glamorgan in the 20th over. Billy Root in at 6. Got runs batting at 8, didn't he, in Chester Street last season? 88, I believe.
Did he put on a partnership? What did he do? Highest score was against, it was 88 against Durham in a record 8th wicket stand of 113 with Michael Nisa.
I think that was off the splice from North East. Certainly tempted into having a go. I suppose it was there to be hit, but the execution wasn't there. 399 runs still in arrears. Durham needs 16 wickets to win this match in whatever time they get on the field today, plus probably a chunk of tomorrow, depending on how accurate the forecast is. So here's...
it's been a good over from Cars, hasn't it?
It has. And he comes the left-handed Root, who works one backward of square on the onside and takes a single to get off the mark. 73 for 4.
Is that the end of the over? Oh, no, 1 ball left.
So not only has he dismissed North East, but he's hit the stumps of Carlson without dismissing him.
Chris Lingwood says the game you've just mentioned last season at Chesley Street was potentially my favourite game of last season. Some fantastic moments with Potts chatting on the boundary, travelling Glamorgan fans, and the amazing finish.
Cars is in to bowl to Carlson, another short pitch delivery. Carlson manages to duck safely underneath. Through to keeper Robinson, end the over, 73 for 4. I'm pretty sure that penalty runs were for dissent rather than fake fielding. I have seen Glamorgan penalised for that. It was Graham Wagg a few years back, but can't recall Labuschagne here having been penalised for fake fielding.
Chris says, I'm currently sitting in agony with COVID and gallbladder inflammation.
Oh.
How things change. Your commentary is a welcome distraction. Gallbladder inflammation. Isn't it? If you've got gallbladder issues, can't it mimic a heart attack? The same sort of pain radiates around the ribs and stuff.
I wouldn't like to issue any medical opinion on this, because I don't have any expertise.
Here is Ben Rain, right arm round, coming in here now to bowl to Root, who lets that one go through to the keeper, just like his brother, a product of Sheffield Collegiate, who Lizzie Ammon, who used to be one of our commentary voices, she used to be the scorer for them when she was a kid.
Yeah. I think she saw something of the Roots growing up.
.73 for 4. Rain in, round the wicket. It's left alone. Still see the hills to the left of us. Is that the heads of the valley road up there, is it? Caerphilly? Is that where you come round that way?
It's Caerphilly Mountain, yeah, but Heads of the Valleys Road is the one across the top of the valleys, about 25 miles further north, and it's...
Does that take you towards Merthyr?
Yeah, the road, the A470 goes up from Cardiff through Pontypridd to Merthyr. The Heads of the Valleys road is at right angles to that.
Right. Rain balls to Root, it's played back to him. That's the way we used to come in for matches in Cardiff. We didn't come down the motorway, we came round that way and in through the back roads.
Yeah, Heads of the Valleys road is...
I know
it could be a shortcut.
There was a sprinkling of police camera vans on that route.
Yeah, right. It's sort of roughly parallel to the M4, about 25 miles, as I say, further north.
That was the way we came in. I like the drive down to Monmouth. It's lovely along there, isn't it, on the river? And you come down around near Ross on Wye and Hay on Wye, some nice areas.
Yeah, apart from you have to go through the most boring section of motorway in the country to get there.
Is that the M50?
Yeah.
In comes Rain. This is defended. I would say there's got to be more boring sections of motorway than that. Like every bit that looks the same from Northampton all the way up to Leicester, with every bridge looking the same on the M1 and feeling like you're never getting anywhere.
I mean, it's only a short one, to be fair, the M50, but I find it intensely boring.
It's a nice drive. I like it. When you come off at Tewkesbury, don't you, and then head up that way around the back of the Malvern Hills. Rain. This is played to point, no run there. Talking of Lizzie, we did a commentary here together in 2014, I think it was, a one-day cup match where Durham were bowled out for about 150, and I said I didn't think they had enough, and at half-time Chris Rushworth said they've got more than enough, the pitch is awful, and Glamorgan were bowled out. The match finished nearly, I think it finished before the scheduled tea interval that day.
Yeah, they had one or two issues with the grandstand end of the square. There was...
well, they got docked points for that, but it wasn't until the following year, which not Durham, because they weren't in Durham's group.
There's one particular strip that they've vowed not to use again, or not for years anyway, for first-class cricket.
Rain comes in here, and Root is pulls out of a slow bouncer. They've put Lees in at a sort of silly mid-off position there, but he let it go through. We were staying in... I was staying in Worcester that night, so driving back over the top on a summer's night, trying to get back to Worcester.
Labuschagne was going well until the rain came, says Peter Simmons on Twitter. Rain with Annie. No. Yeah, in this innings.
Rich has been back and he says, sorry if my latest tweet caused confusion. It was an abbreviated report from Wiki.
As this is driven by Carlson straight to mid-on and there's no run.
He goes, right, this makes sense. He says it was an abbreviated report from Wikipedia and referred to Marnus in a game which actually took place in Australia, and he became the first fielder penalised under the new law, so that wasn't that Durham.
Yeah. No, Glamorgan were penalised at Durham, but not for that. As Cars is in from the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Carlson. And off the back foot he plays that one nicely through the covers. He's timed that very well indeed, and it'll race away for 4 runs. Carlson to 9, 77 for 4. In case you're wondering what we're talking about in terms of these penalties, and it's offence for the fielder to fake having possession of the ball and to pretend to throw it in when he hasn't got it. I should say Glamorgan have been penalised for, but I think that was in a one-day match here. 77 for 4. As that one flicks the pad, it's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4, maybe a bit of bat involved. I didn't see any signal of leg by, so Carlson's got just a little tickle on that one. Wide of the keeper, raced away for 4. Carlson into double figures on 13. 81 for 4. Eventful spell this from Bryden Cars.
I've seen a couple of emails in the last few days telling BBC staff who may well be on air at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to turn their phones off or disable the emergency alerts. So I'd imagine we'll be here, but I've disabled it on mine. You've done it on
yes,
yours.
Yeah, I'll have to stick.
Ed's phone is actually a carrier pigeon.
Yes, it's just about a mobile phone, but don't think there's much degree of smartness about it.
From the no-nonsense phone company.
Yeah, you've got a phone, you can stick it in your pocket and make phone calls. Cars bowls back of a length. Carlson up on his toes defending.
A relative of mine got a swanky new smartphone a year or so ago and just found the thing absolutely confusing. So gave it away to another relative and went back to the original phone they'd been using for the last 15 years or so.
Fair enough, but the number of things that these days that you're meant to log into an app to get any sort of service. There's Cars is in, bowls. Oh, there's a shout, an excited shout as Robinson didn't gather it cleanly. Down leg side, shakes his hand. Did Carlson leg glance that one as well?
I was wondering if that came off his heel rather than the bat. But
as we might get a better idea from the replay, possibly brushed the pad on the way through, I think. I don't think it was bat, but
no, bounced out the keeper's gloves and into the ground straight away as well.
There's a degree of excitement.
This is a good spell from Bryden Cars.
Yeah, right arm heavily tattooed as he races in and bowls, and Carlson's played that one through the vacant mid-on position. I don't think it's going to reach the ropes. It's a long chase though, so they might run 4. They've run 3 and it's retrieved by Clark, who throws on the turn and having run to the boundary with the helmet on. 3 runs to Carlson. He moves to 16. Glamorgan 84 for 4. The men out. Byram leg before Coughlin, no score. Lloyd leg before Rain 31. Labuschagne leg before Rain 17. And North East caught at short square leg by Clark off Cars for 8. So Glamorgan will need all the batting they can get in this lineup. They've got Chris Cook in at 7. The keeper having dropped down one with Glamorgan playing the extra batter at the moment. Then Douthwaite and Nisa, or Nisa and Douthwaite. Van der Hoogten 10, Podmore 11. Unless a night watch person is required, in which case Van der Hoogten will rise.
Rain is going to bowl to Carlson, who had a life on 0. He's now on 16. This is defended. The County Championship official Twitter feed has retweeted Cars getting him in the chest and then the ball bouncing onto the stumps. And it says, it's the video, and it says every bowler knows the next ball after a life goes to the boundary. So yes, of course it did here too. It did, but he fought back and got North East out in the same over for 8. Rain has 3 slips in place in a very close point in Clark. This is played up to cover by Carlson, no run there. Kieran Carlson, the skipper when Glamorgan beat Durham in the One Day Cup final 2 years ago in Nottingham.
Yeah, continues to hold that role this season.
Scored what did he get? Got 82 in the final. Scored 61 in the opener here last year, and 53 at Chester Street as well. So he's enjoyed playing Durham in recent seasons. Rain bowls, and that's a leave.
The Amdram Society are in full voice. It's a perfectly safe leave, but a few oohs and ahs to try.
Done a bit of am drum. I can see you in an Inspector Calls.
Yeah, I did a bit of very undistinguished acting at school, and I was in a panto once. I was Sherlock Holmes. Oh yes, I was. Sherlock Holmes.
In a panto?
Yep.
Right. Rain in. This has gone to the keeper. They had I noticed one of the theatres near us last week during the Easter holidays had an Easter pantomime, which I didn't think was a thing.
Yeah, I think one of our Radio Wales presenters takes a panto out at Easter these days. I suppose anything with the kids off school and looking for easy entertainment.
Rain to Carlson from the River End. It's a slowish one down the leg side, which has been missed by the keeper. It's gone for byes, for 4 byes.
Yeah, I was Sherlock Holmes, and my sort of stage partner was a young lady dressed as Maid Marian. And yes, I think the last performance of the week, someone swapped one of the signs, which was meant to say, I know, Three Bears Cottage or whatever, and instead said something about Maid Marian, which was a bit naughty.
Oh. Rain balls. That's gone through to the keeper. And there's the end of the over. We were at the Customs House pantomime in South Shields just before Christmas, and I think the final night, one of the main performers climbed up from the stage up into the seats and proposed to his girlfriend who was in the audience.
Gosh.
So.
Yeah, I was in a couple in Guildford many years ago. It was in a proper theatre, Yvonne Arno Theatre. I think it was sort of medium-sized theatre, but it was basically the civil service unit that I was working for had a flourishing Amdram lot that my brother actually wrote most of the scripts for a couple of pantos I was in.
Right.
As well as acting variously as Mr. Spock and someone else. Here's Carson to bowl, and that's down leg side route, doesn't make contact through to Robinson, who is being given a bit of a workout this afternoon. Is Ollie Robinson behind the stumps? My sympathies are with him.
I did a few pantos at school, and it's always good fun. Dance shows as well.
Dance shows?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I had a girls' dance club, and then they set up a boys' dance club as well, so we used to do a big show the end of each term.
As Cars bowls, outside off stump route ignores. Was the near vicinity of the girls' dance club the incentive for the boys to join a dance club by any chance?
Might have been. But we did, the first one that did was a sort of rock and roll thing to a Shakin' Stevens song, and then that went down well, so that swelled the ranks of the boys group. We did this Donna Summer song. It's like a keep fit routine to this Donna Summer song.
Not I Feel Love with the Rude Noises, surely.
No.
As Cars is into bowl to root, down leg side. Robinson takes. 88 for 4 it remains.
I did one to Ghostbusters, which was absolutely dreadful. Awful that was. I did some robotics and body popping.
Wow. Just like it's 1984.
Yeah, well, that's what that was the year it was.
Yeah, Dick Monkeys knew what they were talking about.
Yeah. 1984. Big hit for the Eurythmics.
As that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Billy Roots. No shot played. I thought with the end in the 19 you were going down the Paul Hardcastle or the commentator's rip-off of it. Well, 19 was the average score of English batsmen in the Ashes.
1984. Hey, yeah. Annie Lennox and Dave Stewart. Dave Stewart's from Sunderland, you know.
All right.
His dad used to have all these gold discs on the walls of his house in wherever it was in town.
Cars. Good spell. And he comes to Root, who's up on his toes, defending it down to Clark at short leg.
In fact, Dave Stewart was back a few months ago, October, November, and he did a gig at the fire station to celebrate his 70th birthday. So he has his own record label now as well.
Yeah, who would have thought when we were kids that rock stars would go on till they drop these days, rather than shuffle off at 30 as horribly old. Cars in to bowl, Root on the defensive on the back foot once more, playing this one back to the bowler. No run, end of the over. Cars bowling well, 8 overs, 2 maidens now, 1 for 32. Ben Rain has 2 for 20 off his 10 overs, so he's even more threatening statistically anyway. 88 for 4. Looking a bit dark, so Durham will need to push on while the weather permits.
There's a tweet here, Hampshire win.
Did they?
The real Mohammed Abbas picks up 4 for 31 as we complete our biggest ever innings victory in first class cricket. So it's their biggest victory in first class cricket.
Innings and 270 runs. Hampshire, Northants 63 all out in their second knock.
They've even put biggest ever in capitals when the word biggest would do.
Biggest ever of all time.
In history.
So yes, the Major will be delighted. Faulty Towers, in case you're wondering. I do apologise for any cultural references
Was
that
he a Hampshire fan, was he? 88 for 4. Carlson is on 16 and Rain is going to bowl to him from the river end. Comes in towards us. Slow bouncer. It's pulled out towards long leg for 1. Was there... I can't remember any cricket references in Faulty Towers, were there any? Or not?
Yeah, the Major was a Hampshire fan.
Was he?
I think. Yeah.
Because wasn't the hotel based in Torquay or somewhere, supposedly?
Yeah, there's... yes, there's also... a reference to a young lady who may not have been much of a lady because she ran off with the Major's wallet at the Oval or something like that.
Root is on 1. Rain bowls. This is defended. It rolls up the track to Lees, who's fielding at silly mid-off. We've got a short leg in place as well, or a short mid-wicket. Just trying to look to see where he was actually standing because he's wandered away from there.
Worcestershire were bowled out for 157 at New Road by Gloucestershire, with 6 wickets for Ajit Singh Dale and 4 for Tom Price, including the hat-trick and a century the day before.
Rain to Root. Oh, hit his pads, he's out. Now that stayed a bit low on him. He went forward to that one and it's not really got up off a length, I don't think. And he's played it and missed the ball and he's gone for 1. 89 for 5.
Yeah, Root maybe slightly falling over. Hit fairly low down there. And ball trickling down through the slips, but no doubt that Durham were very interested in that one. Straightened it a little bit, didn't it, to be fair? It's good bowling by Ben Rain.
Just above the sort of ankle area, hasn't it? So.
Yeah, fairly low. So Glamorgan in all sorts of nonsense in this innings. 89 for 5 in reply to 471 for 9.
321 was the follow-on target, wasn't it?
322, yeah.
322.
So, yes. It's, at the moment, rain versus the rain, isn't it? Because Glamorgan will be hoping for a little assistance from the elements in the near vicinity.
So he's taken 3 for 21.
Bowled very tightly, hasn't he? I mean, Durham may only have 3 seamers, but they're certainly doing a job here. See how long he can keep going for. It is, according to the Met Office, 80% likely to be raining by 3 o'clock.
So there's a 20% chance it could be wrong.
Indeed so.
I've seen days in the last year where it's had a less than 5% chance of rain, and it's rained. So the light would be the issue, I think, wouldn't it?
Light might be problematic anyway, but BBC forecast is slightly more optimistic in terms of staying on, or pessimistic if you're a Glamorgan supporter, being kept on. Chris Cook then, just the one innings in the first match of 26.
He got some runs against Durham, hasn't he, at some point? 59 and 85 in the match here last year in April. Forward to defend this one, it runs short on the leg side. 69 at Swansea in 2017 when Glamorgan won that one in the mist and the fog and the drizzle.
The great Paul Collingwood declaration.
Yeah.
Bless him.
Well, he was trying to make a game of it, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
He declared on himself when he was on 96 or something.
He was 90 odd not out.
And it would have been his second century of the match.
Yep.
Rain balls once more. It's busy and it's an edge, and it didn't quite carry to Jones at first slip. I was about to say it's busy because they've got fielders close in all over the place here. They've got two close in on the onside, so you've got a silly mid-on and a short mid-wicket, and you've got a very close point. Found the edge of the bat there, but it didn't carry to Jones. It bounced just in front of him. It was one of those awkward ones where you either get it on the chin or the shin.
It's good captaincy from Borthwick, trying to put the foot on the throat while conditions allow.
Well, Durham are 1 wicket away now from a second bowling point, and we're only in the 25th over. Here on the BBC, they've brought Clark out from short point to a short extra cover. He's really close in on that offside now. 3 in the slip cordon, tightly packed as well, as Rain comes in and bowls again, and a play and a miss from Cook this time. That was a very good over from Ben Rain there. Very good over. A wicket and just the 1 run from it.
Yeah, Glamorgan really under the cosh at the moment. 25 overs gone. And Durham looking to get the most out of these faster bowlers while they can. At New Road, Gloucestershire 45 for naught in their second innings. That is a lead of 119 over Worcestershire. In Hove, Sussex 361 all out, Yorkshire 298 all out, despite 45 from last man code. 5 wickets for Jack Carson, the spinner there. Sussex in their second innings, they were in trouble. They are 99 for 5, with Pujara among those dismissed. So 2 matches there reasonably well advanced despite the weather problems, as the first ball of a new over from Coughlin is allowed to go through outside off stump. He's got 1 for 23, that one coming with his very first delivery when he trapped Eddie Byram leg before. Division 1, Kent are 100 without loss in reply to Essex's 451 for 5 declared at Canterbury. Brown 159, Wesley 148, Pepper 52 not out, as that is defended by Carlson on the onside, and there's no run. At Lords, Middlesex 237 for 8 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 364 all out. Middlesex did manage to provide a score from their top half of Mark Stoneman getting 76. But not much from the rest there. They've had their troubles in the top order. As Coughlin bowls short, helped away on the leg side. Not really timed by Carlson, and the ball runs backward of square for a single. Hampshire victorious by an innings and 270 at Northampton. And over the water at Taunton, Lancashire 517 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 441 all out. Keaton Jennings retired hurt for 189. As that's full length ball from Coughlin, punched on the leg side by Cook, no run. 3 wickets for Lewis Gregory, 2 for Peter Siddle. Josh Bohannon made 85 and Luke Wells 82 at the top of the order. They were 376 before the second wicket fell, were the Lankies. As Coughlin is in and bowls, and Cook steers one down through the slips. I thought slip had stopped it for a moment, but it's gone through the slips along the ground for 4 runs. Glamorgan on to 94 for 5 as Cook gets off the mark. Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy at Headingley. It's a 36 over match, and Northern Diamonds have already pounded Western Storm's bowlers. 200 for 5, 75 for Lauren Winfield Hill and 71 for Bess Heath. The next ball is driven back to Coughlin by Cook, and there is no run. Alex Griffiths, the Welsh all-rounder, one of those 5 wickets. 2 to Lauren Filer. Looks as though the Western Storm facing a big chase there at Headingley as the umpires come together. The light dips, and it seems that Durham's progress is about to be halted by the elements any moment now, as the umpires come together to discuss matters. Tom Lungley, former Derbyshire bowler, Neil Mallender, former Northants bowler, and talking to one or two of the Durham players. Is it a question of bring spinners on? Scott Borthwick in his very tatty cap wanders across to have a word. He's actually got some of the innards showing at the front of his cap. And it looks as though that will be the end of proceedings for the time being at least, and possibly for the day. Edward Bevan hasn't been on the gin and tonic. He has been addressing BBC Radio Cymru listeners, but I'm afraid he won't have any commentary to do for the near future, because we're going off for bad light with Cook on 4, Carlson on 18, Ben Rain 3 for 21, a wicket apiece for Bryden Cast in a very hostile spell, and for Paul Coughlin. And Durham are completely on top, but will be frustrated for the time being at least by weather conditions. It is dark, there's heavy cloud overhead, and there is rain forecast this afternoon.
Well, it's come bang on cue, hasn't it? I think that was roughly about the time they said it would happen, between 2 and 3, and here we go. So.
And it looks as though the hover cover is being brought on. Yeah. But really been an excellent, 3 hours cricket for the Durham boys.
Just about a hit go on a match report entitled Rain versus the Rain.
Indeed. Umpires having a look at the readings on the light meter. Having a chat with groundsman Robin Sexton. A few gesticulations from Mr. Lungley, but some staff are on the hover cover at the far end. They're not bringing it on quite yet, so the rain, the stuff from up above, meteorological rain can't be that close, but I don't think we're going to get any action for the immediate future, although Durham are hanging around, hopefully. First class tactic. Well, some of their players, you'll need to be more united than that if you want to con the umpires. They're about half the team are hanging around at the top of the stairs, while the others disappear for a consoling cup of tea or coffee or whatever. So I think that's what we'll do. Martin Emerson, Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb, will be back as and when there is any more action at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 94 for 5 in reply to Durham's 471 for 9 declared.
I can't see that the lights changed. I mean, the umpires have got their meters. I've just been outside, and we're looking through tinted glass here, but it does look murky outside. There's a big band of weather just to the south of us, isn't it? The south and the east of us, but I'm amazed they've come back out here.
Well, the fielders are out, and eventually and reluctantly are the batters. Cook and Carlson. So the delay was only about 12 minutes.
It was 2:51 when they went off, so where are we now? Yeah. 11 minutes, yeah.
Resuming the Glamorgan first innings, Kieran Carlson and Chris Cook. And to resume the bowling for Durham, Ben.
I would assume we've lost a couple of overs from the day because we already had the extras added. 3, is it? Okay. I suspect we'll lose some more at some point, but Durham will have the wind machine in operation on top of the stand and blowing it away from Sophia Gardens.
Ben Rain then from the river end bowling to Carlson, and the ball is played back to him along the ground.
Any disturbances like this tend to assist the bowling side, since the batters have to regain concentration. There are a few people left in Sophia Gardens in terms of the crowd, which has never been huge today. Decent on day one.
Rain has 3 slips in place as this is played by Carlson into mid-off. He did have 2 close in on the leg side in this previous over, but there's only 1 there now.
Yeah, we've seen this in the first match of the season here as well against Gloucestershire, where a lot of the close, or several of the close fielders tended to be on the drive in front of the wicket rather than the slips because of the relative gentleness of the pitch, but Durham are making full use of the facilities.
Rain, Carlson defends, the ball runs out to Travaskis at short cover. The slips are quite close in, points quite close in, mid-wicket's really close in.
Yeah, I mean, Rain is brisk, isn't he? But he's not the speed of Carr, so I wouldn't have thought.
I just hit go on a report in which I said I don't think we'll see any more action today. Just as I've hit go on that, they've come out again. I'm befuddled, put it that way. Rain balls. This is played by Carlson out towards mid-wicket for 1 run. So Edwards here. Tell you what, I'll bring Edward back in. He can jump in my place, and then I'll time how long you've got left on air before the.
Thank you, Martin. Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle will be back with us in due course. A phrase which could mean absolutely anything or nothing. The light looks to have actually dipped again in the last minute or so. So Cook will be very displeased if he's out now in the gloom. 3 close catches in front of the wicket, and Cook edges one wide of third slip along the ground. Third slip might have got a hand to it, and they'll pick up a couple of runs as Cook moves on to 6 and Glamorgan on to 97 for 5, and this light is now, I would offer, almost as bad as when they went off.
I think it's exactly the same, Nick.
It got a fraction lighter maybe for a couple of minutes.
Good eyes. It's a guess, isn't it?
It's a guesstimate. Cook remains on strike, and Rain bowls, and Cook angles one down to backward point. It's hasn't beaten the fielder. Picked up by Travaskis, and Durham quickly round. They want to get in as much cricket in as possible today, and possibly enforce a follow-on at some point tomorrow. Umpires coming together again, and another little check. And I suspect conditions will be as when they went off.
Surprised that the captain might be saying, look, I'll bowl my spinners. He's got 2 very useful spinners in Travaskis and Kerneman.
And off they go. After 1 over back on.
I'm not supposed to get a word in this afternoon, am I? Go and listen to a football commentary.
Yes, I'll
just a quick word, Nick. We've been saying what an easy paced, soporific sort of pitch this is, and look at it, 97 for 5. But I think that the bowlers, and I'm sure you'll agree, the Durham seamers have bowled a far better line and kept the ball doing something with it all the time.
Yeah, Rain's got a bit of nip off the pitch, hasn't he?
Not bowling too quick and just getting there or thereabouts.
And Carter's got that extra probably 5 miles an hour of pace.
And, well, no quicker than Nisa, of course, but Glamorgan in this game have, from when the coin went up at 11 o'clock on Thursday morning, have got it horribly wrong every way you look at it.
There we are. Well, we're off again. So keep across the BBC website, the app, the Glamorgan video stream, the Durham video stream, wherever you're listening or watching, and we'll be back as soon as anything happens. Glamorgan 97 for 5 in reply to Durham's 471 for 9 declared.
This is not recovery, so that was it,
So it ends the doubt.
Well, further news from Sophia Gardens is that we are back on again after another short break for bad light. The umpires are on, the Durham 11 are on, and the Glamorgan batters are on. Umpires Malander and Lungley look somewhat uncertain as they look to the heavens. But we are going to get another spell of cricket, having had all of 1 over in the players' last venture to the middle. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Edward Bevan. Good heavens.
Well, that's...
Someone is taking his trousers down. Ben Rain, what are you doing? He's got very substantial undergarments on, let it be said.
I've got the Sunderland score for you, our visitors. I can give you it's Cardiff City 0, Stoke City 0, and Norwich City 0, Swansea City 0. That's the up-to-date, and 3 important games I've just mentioned. Cardiff still only 2 points above relegation. Swansea 5 points away from a possible, I don't think it will happen, top 6. And Sunderland are only a couple of points away, so 3 games left. But here we got action, Nick.
We have Paul Coughlin to bowl. That's outside off stump. That's a wide ball to start with. Second that we've seen in this innings for a wide outside off stump. Glamorgan 98 for 5. They will be welcoming of all they can get, I think, as they not. I think you have to give credit to the Durham bowlers for actually getting people out. Glamorgan haven't really had that many rash shots as such or anything like that. As Coughlin bowls and Carlson drives, but doesn't time it.
Took his hand away then. You were telling me that he has got an injury to one of his fingers, hand or something?
Well, I'm told that he keeps them, a couple of fingers, taped permanently now because of past injuries. It's his propensity to suffer dislocation or whatever. Coughlin bowls. Carlson plays that one nicely off his legs through mid-wicket. It's not going to reach the boundary ropes. They will take at least 2. They should be able to come back for 3 by the time Rain retrieves it from inside the mid-wicket boundary. And that is the 100 up for Glamorgan. And the lack of applause tells you the crowd is somewhat stunned from proceedings today, and
they've either gone down to the Cardiff City Stadium or got
there are very few of them. Yeah, Dragons lead Scarlets 14-0 early on. That's on BBC television if you want to keep half an eye on that in Wales, as Coughlin is into bowl to Cook, who drives and doesn't time it.
Talking about fingers and things, Waka Yunis didn't have a little finger in his left hand,
didn't he?
Well, a stub, very
right.
and I think the third one as well was only halfway down.
I wasn't aware of that.
With the fingers he had in his right hand, he crunched a few ankles in his time.
Yes, quite. In comes Coughlin, bowls, and that's a decent delivery that Cook is on the back foot to defend, and really Glamorgan's bowlers need to be learning a few lessons from this display from the Durham seamers.
Absolutely, Nick. You take the words I just mentioned before they went off for bad light, that they've kept a superb line, haven't given Glamorgan any chance. They know the lines that they're going to hit. And in Alan Walker, the former Northants seamer, good loyal Durham man, great chap, Alan, he's told them exactly where he wants the ball to land.
Coughlin bowls, nicely driven by Cook through the covers. Don't think it's quite going to reach the boundary, even on the shorter side of the ground. It's palmed back by one fielder, and the throw is completed by another. As it appear around the side of the screen as Glamorgan move on to 103 for 5 now here on BBC Sport Online. It is
frightening a bit, isn't it?
Well, BBC reckons we're 57% chance of rain by 4 o'clock, and
They said that, but
Met Office thinks it's even more likely. Coughlin bowls, worked on the leg side through square leg, and Cook just settles for the single. 104 for 5. Cook has 9. Carlson has 22. And when the tea interval is anyone's guess, really, because it's meant to be when there are 32 overs remaining in the day, but we've had all sorts of little interruptions. It's meant to be, I suppose, 3:50? 4 o'clock, sorry, 4 o'clock.
Looking here, Nick, if Glamorgan were to lose a wicket, and they have to come, Nisa is a very capable all-rounder, certainly can bat. Douthwaite is, well, you never know. He might get a quick 30 or 40, might get out in the first over, followed by Van der Gooten. And Podmore can hold bats, certainly Van der Gooten can, but you wouldn't expect any of those who are, apart from Nisa, to get you 100. Here's Ben Rain. Starts an over from the river end, comes in and bowls, and Cook plays it off his toes out towards that mid-wicket boundary. This time it will get there. And how many times, and I probably put the kiss of death in him, how many times has Chris Cook saved Glamorgan in these positions in years gone by?
He's been consistent with the bats, averaged 56 last season, albeit thanks to that big unbeaten 100 at Leicester to some extent.
Well, he never got mentioned.
No. As I said to him afterwards,
191,
that's the lowest key 190 you'll ever score.
Score moves on to 108 for 5. In comes Rain, bowls to Cook. Cook is forward, plays it up, and passes the man at on the drive. There are two men on the drive and the onside. They've worked out something.
I think that was through the legs of Cast, wasn't it? I think it was through the legs of Brighton Cast, that one.
Well,
didn't get down terribly quickly. Fast bowler's prerogative.
14 to Cook, but it's Carlson on strike. Has 1 century this season in the opening game. He's on 22. As Ben Rain, taking 3 wickets already, comes in, bowls, and this time Carlson stands up tall and defends in front of his front pad and plays it back down the pitch. 3 wickets to Rain, 1 to Coughlin and 1 to Cars. Mistimed hook caught very well. High one-handed catch at mid-wicket by Clark.
Cardiff City 1 down at home to Stoke.
Rain turns again. This economical run in, a run up, bowls, brings Carlson forward.
No score at Carrow Road still with Swansea City. You were saying there's just 5 points at that. Swansea City looked about as mid-table as mid-table can get when I had a quick look at that.
Well, they were 13th this morning.
Yeah.
Still are 13th, but 1 and 2 points dividing everybody in Sunderland.
Goal difference of 0.
They only won a couple of games which they literally threw away earlier in the season. They'd be right in the mix. As Rain turns, comes in, passed on by Malander, bowls, dead batted approach from Carlson. The thud onto the bat, just drops it in front of him on the offside.
1 or 2 keeping a fraction low, maybe.
Well, they had that in the Durham innings. A couple of them kept low. Poor Cook was diving all over the place, taking them low down, but basically, you know, it's not a 109 for 5 wicket, is it?
No way.
Rain again in and bowls. Carlson gets a thick outside edge down towards third man. He won't get there. He'll get 1, he'll get 2. They'll come back for a third. Yes, good running. He was on the turn when the ball was picked up. 3 more runs. And Carlson looking quite confident. He moves to 25. And Glamorgan are 112 for 5. Now then, your club will start next Saturday, will they?
Mackin are due to be in action tomorrow in a friendly at Newport Fugitives, but
the league starts next week.
No, cup game next week. League's the first weekend in May.
You will not be in
no,
the
I won't be,
because you'll be in Leicester.
I shall not be available for the first several weeks of the season, and I don't know how much cricket I'm going to get this season, because when you're when you don't exactly demand selection and you're not available for half the games.
Don't demand.
Well, Coughlin in, bowls down leg sides, off a thigh pad, I think, from Carlson as they amble through for a single.
You demean yourself, Nick, every year.
Yeah, well, I didn't contribute a huge amount to the scorecard last year.
What about stumpings and catches?
Not many of them either. 8 runs for once out was my season last year. I didn't bat about 4 games. Didn't face in a couple more. 113 for 5. Coughlin bowls down leg side again. Cook flicks it down towards long leg. We'll come back for a second run. Was that off the pad as well? No, just a bit of bat. As Cook moves on to 16, 115 for 5. The ground staff, though, are hovering on the hover cover, lurking with intent.
It broke down, let's tell Durham listeners, in the first game against Gloucestershire.
Rather embarrassing. It was about 3/4 of the way onto the pitch. Coughlin in, bowls, defended by Cook to mid-off, no run.
You notice that not many, well, these two anyhow, are playing off the back foot. Everything is pitched up to them, and it's much better if you get on the front foot, although Labuschagne was on the front foot, and he was out, palpably out, for LBW for 17. And Root got in a bit of a tangle.
Coughlin in, bowls to Cook, defends on the leg side, no run. Dragons 21, Scarlets nil, latest. Down the road at the Principality Stadium. Dragons have only won 3 league matches all season, so it'd be a surprise if they overturned the Scarlets, but the Scarlets have got their eyes on European Challenge Cup semi-final against Glasgow next Saturday. Next Saturday at Parc Scarlets. As the next delivery is again down leg side, flicked away by Cook for 4 runs. He moves to 20, 119 for 5. Having praised the accuracy of the Durham seamers in comparison to Glamorgan's, we've now had a few slip down leg side by Coughlin, who's gone for 41 in just short of 8 overs.
Glamorgan are going 3.99.
So Glamorgan in severe need of a fight back.
Still the small matter of 352 runs behind. Remind you that the follow-on is 321.
Or 322 to be exact. You need to have
one more run, yes.
One more than the 150 margin. So Durham looking to make the most of what time they can on the field. I would have thought tea is probably 4 o'clock. As Coughlin into bowl to Cook, who drives nicely into the offside, and there is no run. The cakes have arrived, so Martin can fill his boots for the time being.
Yes, 119 for 5, partial recovery from 88 for 5. So these are put on 31. Carlson leading the way. He's undefeated on 25. Cook on 20. Rained yesterday, and a few journalists were picking their... I don't do it anymore. I'm fed up with it. Picking their best Glamorgan side ever.
All right, you've probably done that a few times in the course of your career.
It's so difficult, you know, and different eras. It's like everything else.
It depends how many overseas players you're allowed. Presumably
no,
just
no
the 2.
Overseas,
no overseas, just
overseas,
home, just homegrown ones.
Well, you could go Javed Waka.
Yeah, I know, but if say that would cause a few discussions, wouldn't it? You're only allowed 2. Which 2 do you put in?
Here's Ben Rain to start a new over from the river end. He comes bounding in and bowls, and Carlson tucks this away nicely on the onside, and it stopped just a few yards and picked up all in one fair swoop there. And got a bit of fielding by Coughlin. He's just been bowling and in action immediately, but they go through for a single.
So, you know, who's going to be your overseas batter when you've got Majid Khan, Javed Miandad and Viv Richards to choose from before you get to Matthew Elliott and so on?
Well, Majid Khan was in the championship side of 69, played some fantastic innings, and Ivy Richards started the revival when he joined in 92. The most interesting choice for me, as in comes Rain and bowls, and that's how wide of the off stump, Cook leaves. A couple of years ago I did something on television, and I said the best wicket keeper for Glamorgan, not the best wicket keeper, but the best all round was Ivian Jones, who rarely missed a chance and scored runs. Of course, Colin Metson was a superb keeper, but these days, as you well know, as keeper yourself, you've got to score runs. And I'm not going to disagree with this at all. It went to Chris Cook. When you analyse that, with his performances, as he waits now, as Rain comes in, he tucks this way again. He's drifting down the leg side just a little bit. They go through for a single. Cook, and he's kept superbly for the last couple of years. And I heard no quarrels whatsoever.
Yes, he adds balance to your side, doesn't he, when he's batting it? I think the Glamorgan side is better balanced when he's at 6 rather than 7 as he is at the moment.
No, I quite agree with you.
Because it is a bit light on bowling, this lineup.
Carlson waits. 26, in comes Ben Rain and bowls him. Good looking shot off the back foot, backward of square on the offside. Going up towards the boundary, won't it does get there in the end. You follow the ball, Nick. I guess where it is, but it's very difficult to pick up the ball. The first boundary for some time. Oh no, there was a clip, wasn't there, on the last over of Coughlin. So 4 more runs to Carlson. He moves on to 30. Busy little player is Carlson, and 125 for 5. Morgan now going over 4 runs and over. This, of course, because of the attacking field that they have. There's no third man. Not really a fine leg. He's deep backward square more than anything. And there are some close fielders in. Rain turns at that far end again. Comes in, bows to Carlson. Carlson plays it away up to short mid-wicket in the air. But perfectly safe.
You'll
fielded.
Be delighted to hear that the scoring has been opened at Carrow Road by Latibaudière, is it?
Excellent. Do you have the Sunderland score? I think we should try and...
No, they're tomorrow.
They're tomorrow, are they?
They're tomorrow. Sunderland and Newcastle are tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, 10 minutes before half time. That's a good start. They won 5 of the last 6, the Swans. Rain in. Bowls. Pushed away. Down the pitch. That's the end of the over. So Glamorgan want at least another 125 to try and get near the follow-on. 125 for 5 after a flurry. Wickets went 50 for 1 just before lunch, and they lost 1, 2, 3, 4 wickets for just 38 runs. David Lloyd, according to many, I shall not comment, a dubious decision. LBW, people are telling me it was going down the leg side by a long way. Labuschagne pushed forward, undone by a little bit of movement. LBW northeast went to pull a short ball, and a leaping dive like a salmon from Clark at mid-wicket.
Coughlin is in, bowls on the back foot. Cook plays to mid-wicket.
Took the cart, she went for 8, and then Billy Root got all sorts of trouble. LBW to Rain for 1, and at that stage it was 88 for 5. 125 for 5 now.
Yep, they're making the most of conditions lightening a little bit, and maybe some of the rain missing central Cardiff as Coughlin bowls a short ball that Cook tries to dispatch and misses as it goes through to Robinson.
What did you make of that strange over by Kuhneman? I say strange, listeners, if you didn't hear, because he bowled 1 over, changed his field after 1 ball, and bowled consistently the next 5 balls down the leg side to a leg trap. At times in the 4th innings you can be no ball for that, of course, or wided.
Coughlin in, bowls, and Cook jamming down defensively on that, sends it up to Rain at mid-on. I wonder if there was an element of trying to wind up his mate as he's bowling to Labuschagne.
Every ball pitched wide though. It was just drifting on the leg side.
Yeah.
I'd have brought him on now, certainly.
Well, at that stage, he was just on to allow the seamers to change ends, I think.
Yeah.
As they were operating from the other end earlier. Opposite ends. Coughlin in balls. Cook is beaten outside off stump, pushing forward. Didn't get to the pitch of it. Scarlets pulled a try back at the stadium down the road. 21-7 Dragons lead now.
Coughlin ball at 81. That was a good nut.
Yes, decent speed, isn't it? Yeah. A little bit
on the wrong line.
Little bit of movement off the pitch outside Cook's edge. 2 slips, a shortish leg as Cook plays this one on the leg side to Cars at mid wicket, and there is no run. There's signs that from the field placings that we've seen in this match that the captains think that there'll be rather more catches close in front of the wicket rather than off the edge.
I suppose as time goes on, the reverse swing, far too early for reverse swing at the moment, but he's just angling it in, as Glamorgan seamers try to do.
Coughlin in bowls and Cook plays to mid-on. Rainfields, no run in a rather optimistic Sunhat. And the over 125 for 5, Glamorgan in reply to Durham's 471 for 9 declared. 322 is the follow-on target, and Glamorgan need a big partnership in the next wicket or two to get near that, but they'll want to take as much time as they can out of this game. And
he's coming on.
Bowl at the river end, Matt Kuhneman.
There we are, second over for Kuhneman. His first over just went for the single.
I was reading a tweet by your good self about 10 minutes ago, and delighted to read it actually. I can't remember the figures that you were talking about.
Yes.
It's what we're doing now with the streaming and the ball by ball in the last couple of years, where there has been some outstanding listening figures. Perhaps you can tell us a bit about it, because I hadn't seen those figures.
Yes, it's tens of thousands of average daily views in the championship for Glamorgan. Average logins of 17,000. The London Cup 42,000, and for T20 games 117,000 for Glamorgan. There's slightly fewer figures in Durham. But
do you think we should pat ourselves? Well, you pat yourself on your back, Nick.
Well,
now then, we got the Australian Test spinner, Kuhneman, left arm round the wicket. This will be interesting. He's going to be bowling to Carlson, and he played 3 tests against India during our winter, and here he is now, comes in and bowls the first ball, conventional left arm round, pitches it in line, and Carlson is having a look at him, because wouldn't have played him before, and he can't be very far away if the pitches are going to turn in the test matches, which I don't think they will. It's forward and clipped round the corner, down for 2 runs I would have thought, because Carlson is quick on his feet. Yes, he comes back for a second, just drifting down that leg side.
Stuart Harrison, father of the Glamorgan assistant coach David, says the big attraction at the
I read that, yes.
stadium is at Pontypool. So thank you, Stuart.
Who's playing at Pontypool?
Pontypool would be playing in one of the cup finals tomorrow. I haven't got the list to hand. Newport Cardiff is top of tomorrow's bill.
Down the pitch comes Carlson. I'm very proud to say my grandson will be playing at the my 14-year-old next Wednesday for Swansea Valley against Carmarthen. Don't ask me what cup. It's an under 15, I think. So he's a sub as the next ball comes in, and it's played again round the corner with the arm ball. So
they tend to all get on these days, though, don't they?
They all get on, and they've been told they will get on. So it's very excitable.
Brilliant.
Family.
Brilliant.
They're all going. I've only been there once, so I have to give me directions. Kuhneman's coming in. Bowls again. Appeal for LBW. Never out, going down the leg side. More than hope than in anger. He pushed that one through, so he's just mixing it up. He's got a 5 on the offside for the orthodox left arm spinner going across the batsman. and then 4 on the onside as he comes in from that river end, bowls, and I just wonder if he's going to tempt Carson before long. But that is the end of the over. Field runs off at 127 for 5. Carson 32. Cook is on 21.
Yeah, we assume we're heading for a 4 o'clock tea, I think. Tends to be the time when extra overs are added on.
I think I'll just text the good doctor, shall we?
Text the good doctor. You could, Dr. Hignell, the Glamorgan scorer, you could ask him what the Glamorgan over rate is as well. Because
probably tell me not to bother him.
They were minus 2 on the board for most of the day. 127 for 5, Glamorgan in reply to Durham 471 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Sport Wales, BBC Radio Newcastle. And Paul Coughlin, most expensive of the 3 Durham seamers, is in to bowl, and decent delivery that Cook defends on the leg side. It's fielded by one of the short mid-wickets. So it is an aggressive field, correctly set by Scott Borthwick. In 2 slips, 3 on the offside, all saving the single. There's a mid-on. There are 2 short mid-wickets and a fine leg about 3/4 of the way back at 45 degrees. But 2 catching on the leg side in front of the wicket as well as the 2 slips. For the mistimed drive, that's down leg side. Cook tries to whisk it away. Doesn't make contact. There is quite a lot of bowling from down on or down leg side from Coughlin at the moment.
Yeah, they seem to be, because they've got 2 men on the drive there, aim in their line of attack there. Made me wonder why we call him the good doctor, where Mr. Hignell, he's known as Dr. Hignell because he's a doctor of geography. Was a geography master in a couple of public schools before he joined the staff here.
Coughlin bowls, and that's helped away down to fine leg for 4 by Chris Cook, swivelling round. Durham are obviously got a cunning plan of some sort, because there's a lot of leg stump bowling at the moment, and whether they're hoping for catches down the leg side or catches prodded to those 2 short fielders, but Cook dispatching that one.
But he's not bowling it well enough, is he?
Not at the moment.
You want the batsman to drive.
Got a wicket with his first ball, Coughlin, when Eddie Byram got across his stumps and was rather pinned. Here he comes from this Cathedral Road end. Bowls, that's well pitched up and driven off the thick outside half of the bat by Chris Cook to point. And there's no run. Remarkable result up Northampton, with Northampton 63 all out. Hampshire winners by an innings and 270.
That's a good potent opening attack, isn't it, Abbott and Abbas?
As Coughlin bowls, and forward comes Cook and defends. No run.
Our good friend Andrew Rad will be on the dumps tonight.
I'm told that Pontypool are playing Ystrad. Thank you, Duncan, for providing that information. Sussex against Yorkshire at Hove. Sussex have collapsed to 137 for 9 in their second innings.
That'll be a result there, then.
200 in the lead over the Yorkies. Coughlin in, bowls. Cook drives, Rain fields at the second attempt at mid-on.
Might be the end of Mr. Coughlin for a while. He takes his cap.
At New Road, Gloucestershire 79 for 1 in their second innings, 153 runs ahead of the pairs, Worcestershire. There's a rain delay over the water at Taunton. Somerset 441 all out. Lancashire 554 for 8. 3 wickets each for Gregory and Siddle. Keaton Jennings, Lancashire's runs came at the top of the order. They were 376 before the second wicket fell. Jennings 189 retired, hurt. Wills and Bohannon both got 80 odd.
There was a lot of criticism for our good friend Anthony Gibson in his tweet last night. Never have I seen the Somerset bowling attack bowl so badly.
We've seen plenty of them, Anthony.
Yes.
Should be a view to be respected.
Cullinan is to start another over, his third of the innings. He's coming in now and bowls the first ball to Carlson, who chips it away to the man who would have been fielding there but was sent back to the mid-wicket boundary, and he goes through for a single. 132 for 5, and Glamorgan recovering somewhat from 88 for 5. 44.
Now, where's that fielder going? From silly point to short leg.
Bowling the arm ball, the one that goes with the arm, because he's got a short leg, man of the 25, mid-wicket, mid-on, and another deep square leg. He's mixing it up, as they say, as he comes round the wicket again. Gives it a tweak, but it's met by Clark, who pushes it, Cook rather, who pushes it back down the pitch.
Yeah, Cook's got a strong blow when he swings the bat, so hope short leg is quick ducking.
We've got another helmet. We've got one helmet. He's bringing his man up.
Beddingham.
From the 45 Beddingham. He's coming to field now. There's a forward short leg and a leg slip. And a slip. And the man at slip, shouldn't he be having also a helmet because he's so close?
I think it's just the leg slip that has to.
Attacking now from the Australian. In he comes, bowls to Chris Cook, who treats it with respect, plays it back down the pitch. No run.
The orthodox slip, unless it's a reverse sweep, is not going to get one full off the face of the bat. Backward short leg is on his knees.
He gets up as... Remember who started all that? It was Marcus Trescothick in the test matches.
Beddingham was definitely on his knees when Kuhneman came in there, trying to get ultra low. Now one of the short legs is being stationed at silly point. They're trying to get into Chris Cook's head, I think, as well as his eye line.
Kuhneman, accurate, comes in again, bowls. This is played back down the pitch. There's no turn there. It's good bowling because he's doing this, he's doing that. He hasn't got over the wicket yet, but he is trying a little bit of everything, not getting any turn, which is important, because if it was getting turn, and now he swapped places, the man at silly point and short leg. Cluneman in, bowls, Cook plays it back down the pitch. Cluneman threatens to hurl it back, he doesn't. End of the over, 132 for 5 is the score. 35 overs have gone, and Carlson is undefeated on 33 from 48 balls, and Cook is undefeated on 25 from 38 balls.
I think there was just psychological warfare from Kuhneman in that over, changing the field virtually every ball from silly points to forward short leg, then a leg slip, and then a second slip. It's just trying to get the batsman overthinking things. Bryden Cars, who had a fine over where he had Sam Northeast caught at short square leg, fending a short ball, and then struck the stumps, or earlier in the over, struck the stumps of Kieran Carlson. But the ball didn't come off. Cars having consultations with Captain Scott Borthwick before starting a new over of pace from this Cathedral Road end. And in he will come to bowl to Carlson, who's on the back foot defending to mid-on. Rainfields, no run. At Canterbury, Kent, 192 for 1. Zach Crawley, the much debated England opener, is on 133 not out. That's in reply to Essex's 4-5-1 for 5 declared. There.
Don't think he's going to replace Ben Duckett somehow.
As next delivery is cut away by Carlson, fond of a wristy little slash, and that's sent down to backward point for 2 runs. Picked up by third man, running round. Carlson moves to 35, 134 for 5. So batters on top at Canterbury. At Lords, Middlesex were dismissed for 274 in reply to Notts 364. So first innings lead of 90 for the Midlanders. Stoneman's 76 was the top score for Middlesex. 4 wickets for Stuart Broad there. Carson bowls full length, driven into the covers, and well stopped at cover. No run for Carlson there.
You find after a 4-day match you put on a little bit of weight. I do.
Yes. Notts 22 for North in their second innings, lead Middlesex by 112. Yes, the provision is usually generous. 134 for 5. Cars in to Carlson. Short ball. Carlson ducks underneath it. Did you indulge in the cakes during one of those breaks in play then?
What do you think?
Well, you can afford to, you see, Edward.
Yes, you're always on about mine. I should put more weight on. But you don't eat when we go away, do you?
Often not in the evenings. If it's a hotel breakfast and you've had a
I do the lot.
A hot lunch, and don't usually eat much. A little sandwich in the evening. And
oh no.
Will do me then. 134 for 5. Glamorgan starting a modicum of a fight back. Cars to Carlson, who will get at least 1 through mid-wicket. They should come back for a second, and they will, because it's a long run for Lees, round from square leg, as his throw comes into Robinson, who's knocked off the bail in the process of taking it, I think, and Carlson pops it back on.
There are a couple of Ollie Robinsons.
Update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly. 136 for 5. Edward will go and speak in the language of heaven. Cast bowls and straight driven by Carlson back to him, and there is no run. Apologies if I hadn't picked up 1 or 2 tweets, because don't seem to be viewing them all. Cars went down after that. Wringing his hand, must have been driven back to him fairly firmly by Carlson on that occasion, and he's making sure that he can still feel the fingers of his right hand. Looks all right, because he's collected something. Glamorgan are continuing to be the underdogs in this match, but they're launching a modicum of a recovery. Chris Cook is 25 not out, Kieran Carlson's 37 not out. Glamorgan 136 for 5, but they've got a long way to go to save this game after Durham piled up 471 for 9 declared, and Durham have bowled rather better than Glamorgan did. 3 wickets for the seamer Ben Rain, and some hostile fast stuff from Bryden Cars as well. We're seeing the Aussie spinner Matt Kuhneman in action at the moment, but the partnership reaches 51 with a boundary for Chris Cook. In reply to Durham's 471 for 9 declares, Glamorgan are 140 for 5. Next delivery from Kuhneman, and Cook pushes forward, defends to Lees at cover, and there is no run. They're off for rain at Taunton. Relatively lucky here. Glamorgan will think themselves relatively unlucky to have avoided the rain. As Kuhneman again altering the field, so Chris Cook says, well, I'll take my time then. Make sure he's got his guard where it wants. And Kuhneman bowls over the wicket to Cook, who pushes forward, and there is no run. So that match in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy in 36 overs, Northern Diamonds racked up 290 for 8. As Cook is forward defending. 75 for Winfield Hill, 61 from Heath, 63 from Tryon. Alex Griffiths bowled 7 overs, 2 for 40. And the other Welsh bowler, as Cook pushes forward, defending. The other Welsh bowler, Sophia Smale, got a bit of tap there. 4 overs, 1 for 36. Western Storm chasing 291 in 36 overs, 5 for 0 in the first over. As Martin Emerson comes in alongside me. 140 for 5 as we approach what we think will be the tea interval. Kuhneman in, bowls and cut by Cook through the offside. That's more of a Carlson type shot, that. All wrists from Cook. Picks up 2 runs. 1 for 2 for 5. Cook moves to 31.
It seems a strange one to be talking about, tea. It only feels like they've just come out after lunch, doesn't it?
Well, it came out at, was it 10 to 2, but we had 2 brief stoppages because of bad light, though they only cost a few overs there. I think it was 11 minutes the first stoppage, and the second one was possibly slightly less. 42 remain of the day, so theoretically we're in for a long session, but bad light and rain might intervene. Ben Rain has intervened very decisively already for Durham, and this is Cars to start a new over.
Here he comes from the Cathedral Road end, our end of the ground. He comes in and bowls. This is played down into the ground and back to the bowler.
And Durham did well to make such significant early inroads, didn't they? Because
I think the light probably helped them, really. The conditions at the time, the ball was nipping around a little bit. 1 or 2 deliveries stayed a bit low.
Rain was getting a little bit of movement, just enough off the pitch, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And Cars was hostile with his speed.
Cars in, bowls. And this is defended.
It's a long way to go to get batting bonus points these days, isn't it? 250. I mean, Durham got the maximum, but
it's the first time they've done it this year.
They batted pretty well. Yeah.
Shows it can be done, I suppose.
Yeah, Glamorgan got the 4 points against Gloucestershire. They bowled out just over the 400.
Carlson's on 37 as Cars comes in and bowls. Ball played up to Borthwick at mid-off, no run there. This partnership is 53.
Yeah, we'll have to see over the course of the season how the batting points compare with last year, I guess, and whether there's an increase in the scoring rates as a result of the extra demands.
In comes Cars. This is turned off towards deep square leg for 1 run. Lees is out there fielding.
He's bending his back, isn't he, Bryden Cars, at the moment. He's not getting a lot of assistance from the surface in terms of generating pace. He's bowled quite a bit back of a length. Got northeast, nearly having got Carlson the same over.
Two balls left of this over. Here's the first of those 2. And this is played by Cook down into the ground. I thought for a second it bounced up and gone behind his pad, in between his thigh and his pad, but it ended up right at his feet.
Yep, on the line, unlike the one from Carlson off Cars that dribbled back and nudged his off stump without knocking the bail off. That was before Carlson had scored as well, so Glamorgan would be looking even sorrier had he gone early.
Cars bowls, final ball of the over. That's defended on off stump and runs up to mid-off. No run there.
Is this tea? Yes, it is. As the Civic clock strikes 4 in the distance. So a stop-start afternoon session, but Durham have had the better of it again. Glamorgan at tea in reply to 471 for 9 declared, or 143 for 5 Chris Cook is 31, Kieran Carlson is 38, Ben Rain has 3 wickets, Bryden Cars and Paul Coughlin 1 each. Commentary resumes here on BBC Sport Online and on the county websites at 4:20.
I've got some tea time scores from around the country. I've also got a result from Northampton, where Hampshire have beaten Northamptonshire by an innings. We'll start at Taunton, where it's actually raining, with Lancashire 554 for 8. Lancashire leading Somerset by 113 runs. Tea time at Hove, where Sussex have just been dismissed in their second innings by Yorkshire for 137. So Yorkshire, their winning target is 201 in the remaining 138 overs. It's tea time at New Road, where Gloucestershire in their second innings are 105 for 1. Gloucestershire currently leading Worcestershire by 179 runs. They're playing at Lords, where Notts in their second innings are 27 for 1, leading Middlesex by 117 runs. And the other game taking place is at Canterbury, where Kent are 212 for 2. Kent are trailing Essex by 239 runs. Now, a reminder, you are very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during this tea interval. We kindly ask you, though, not to take any food or drink with you if you are venturing into the middle. And also, if you are playing on the outfield, then please only use a soft ball. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. That includes the One Day International here on the 8th of September, when England meet New Zealand. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages which are available for all forthcoming games. Score sheets are available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase a copy of the recently published 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, will be closing at 5 o'clock. It's open at the moment, and it's adjacent to Gate 2, and it's selling as orders a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And don't forget, there's the usual selection of pasties, toasted sandwiches and jacket potatoes with a variety of tasty toppings, plus a wide range of beers and cider. Food and drink can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Caster Howell stand and adjacent to Gate 2. And snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sophia Gardens. We stand against all forms of discrimination and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, we are stronger together. We are dedicated to raising the game, and here at Glamorgan Cricket you can report an issue or a concern completely in confidence by alerting your nearest steward. Thank you for helping us to raise the game and to call out any form of discrimination.
Welcome back to Cardiff for the final session of day 3 of Glamorgan against Durham. It's a bit gloomy, and I went outside onto the balcony a few minutes ago to do a little video from looking back over the afternoon session. It was spitting. There was definitely spots of rain because they were on my notepad and some of the ink's run. So it's meant to be absolutely chucking down by about 5 o'clock, so we'll see how much more we get into this session. Liam Travaskis is going to bowl for Durham.
Yeah, for the first time in the innings in the 39th over. So it is a middle-aged ball at the moment. 143 for 5, 41 overs theoretically resume. Improbable, though, I would say.
Unlikely would be the phrase I would use. You can hear some music somewhere. It's left arm round then from Travaskis from the river end, defended by Carlson. Could be coming from the hockey stadium behind us. There were some people warming up there a few minutes ago. Travaskis comes in and bowls again. Carlson plays that through the legs of short leg Graham Clark. Goes out towards the pavilion steps for 2. What have you just done? Bashed your knee?
Edward Bevan is assaulting the facilities behind us.
This is Travaskis' 26th first class match. He was 24 4 days ago. Comes in and bowls. This is played up to mid-on, no run there. Oh, sorry, 1 run. I'm just thinking, he played a 4-day game for the seconds at against Essex in Suffolk last week.
All right.
And he's come straight from there to here and played in this game, so he'll have played.
Spinners be thankful to play anywhere at any time in April. Ask Andrew Salter.
Clark in at short leg for Cuckoos on 31. This is carved to Cars at point, no run. It's a funny old afternoon session with its on off, in out, shake it all about with the light and whatnot. Travaskis again flights that up and it's gone too short mid wicket, no run.
Yeah, we probably lost, 15 to 20 minutes in the 2 brief stoppages.
Only actually physically lost 3 overs. The second stoppage, they didn't change the scoreboard at all. Comes in again and bowls. This is played to point, no run. And that is the end of the over. 146 for 5.
Gloucestershire 101 for 5 at Worcester, lead of 179 runs. So then the Tom Price match, century and hat-trick, looks to have put his side in the driving seat as the umpires come together. The ground staff are poised on the hover cover. 6 of them, with another one standing nearby. So they obviously think that rain, the weather condition, rather than rain the bowler, is on the way. Bryden Cars will be on the way if they do continue for the time being. The umpires coming together.
It's raining.
Discussing the price of fish.
There's a special offer, 3 for the price of 2.
Groundsman Robin Saxton has got his anorak on and his hood up, as that is defended by Carlson on the onside, and you just got the feeling that Durham are desperate to get another wicket before the weather closes in, and Glamorgan are desperate to hang on with this partnership.
It's just light rain at the minute. It is spitting out there.
So Cars, who's got 1 for 37. The start of this is 11th over. Nearly got Carlson as well. Let me get him now. Carlson drives and just about gets that off the bottom part of the bat. So they're playing all the other championship matches still. Hove, Sussex were bundled out for just 137 in their second innings. Wickets shared around the Yorkshire bowlers. Yorkshire 10 for North, needing a further 191 to beat Sussex at Hove. Cars running away from us. Bowls a shortish delivery that's worked down towards fine leg, possibly off the pad by Carlson. Yes, it is a leg by, the 18th extra of the innings. 147 for 5. So, yeah, there have been lots of leg buys. No, that's just the 5th. 9 buys. 2 no balls, 2 wides.
One went for 4, didn't it, earlier? Down the leg side. Swansea winning 3-0 at Norwich.
Oof.
Cardiff won, each just missed a penalty.
Ooh, Cardiff won 1-1. Cars bowls and Cook works it down to fine leg for a single, 148 for 5.
You said today that if Cardiff scored we'd hear a huge roar from here. They obviously have scored and we've heard nothing.
You do hear it.
You can hear it sometimes, yeah. It's obviously a less huge roar than usual.
I remember one dark winter's night being on a door knock in Sunderland in this block of flats, which was a sort of horseshoe shape, and knocking on the door, and across the river Sunderland scored at Roker Park, and the roar echoed around and jumped out my skin.
Cars bowls and Carlson plays it at the last minute off a thick inside edge down towards Lees at square leg. Single taken, 149 for 5. Dragons surprisingly still beating the Scarlets 24-7 in the Principality Stadium, probably about a mile away.
QPR are beating Burnley. At Burnley. Burnley need a point, don't they, I think, to secure the title?
60 minutes gone there. 66 at Cardiff City Stadium as Cook defends another one from Carson. Tumbling stop from skipper shooting across from mid-off, setting a fine example as Borthwick looks to the sky. The umpires come together for the umpteenth time today. Is it raining? Is the light bad enough? Neil Mallender chatting away. Tom Lungley replies. They've got these little cameras these days. I wonder how long it's going to be before we get an audio feed of those, and like the rugby commentaries, we're able to hear what the officials are saying.
At Durham last week, the scorers seem to be able to access the pictures from the cameras. Here's Travaskis then from the river end. Left arm round the wicket, bowling to Carlson on 42. That's gone to short leg. Stopped by the boot of Graham Clark, the right boot of Graham Clark. Travaskis in. Bowler comes down the wicket and drives hard. He dives to his right to try and stop the ball, but it races past him and away for 4 to the far end of the ground.
Was that hit on the up? Was hit very hard? Thought for a moment the umpire was signalling no ball, but I think he was just getting everything out the way. As the ball is eventually retrieved from behind the advertising hoardings. And the final quarter of that first rugby match, Dragons leading Scarlets 24-7. Cardiff against Ospreys, 5:15 kick-off live on S4C. Umpires coming together yet again, and this time it is the sign to the ground staff to do their thing and get the hover cover out in the middle.
Rain's getting heavier.
Hopefully all the way this time, rather than the 3/4 of the way they managed in the first hour of the season against Gloucestershire, when, having worked perfectly in the pre-season friendly, the cover broke down. This time it is hovering its way out to the middle, and we have yet another stoppage here in Cardiff, and it'll be a slightly longer one if they get the sheets off the side of the hover cover to cover the rest of the square and the bowlers' run-ups. Cook has 32, Carlson has 46 not out, And Glamorgan in reply to Durham's formidable 471 for 9 declared, have crawled on to 153 for 5. They were 89 for 5. 3 wickets to Rain, 1 apiece to Coughlin and Cars. 3-2-2. The follow-on target is a long way away, but the weather is not Durham's friend this weekend in South Wales, it appears, as a load of dust goes flying off from underneath the hover cover, and I think the spectators, if they have any modicum of sense, will make their way to the exits. There's a few of them doing just that. 153 for 5 in the Cardiff gloom and light drizzle. Reply to Durham's 471 for 9. And we will be back if and when there is anything to report from Sophia Gardens. Thanks very much indeed for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the rain still falling, this will come as no surprise that the umpires have decided there will be no further play today. Thanks for your company as you shortly prepare to leave Sophia Gardens. Please remember to take all of your belongings with you and to make an unhurried and safe departure from the stadium. Reminder that we hope that play can resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we look forward to seeing you then. If you can't be with us, we hope you have a safe onward journey. Thanks for your support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Good evening. Nos Weitha.